All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 4/16, the 2nd of June, 2024. Same or new day, different story. Complex of thunderstorms is moving into the DFW Metroplex with damaging winds, hail, heavy rainfall, and this isn't even the one we were watching for. The one we're watching for is going to start the next hour or two out in the Texas Panhandle in West Texas, where we have a tornado watch and where we're going to be doing tornado coverage here in a little while. But for now, we're getting started early because the Metroplex has attracted yet another complex of storms producing damaging winds, hail, and heavy rainfall. Oh, and flooding, because, well, you can see this whole conglomeration of doom across Cook County and Denton County. You know, the areas that don't need any more issues are getting more issues. Let's go ahead and start off by saying, you see that big storm out here in Jack County? That's moving southeast, and that's got wind. You see this whole cluster up in Cook County to Denton County? That's got wind. And now we're going to have to deal with this. We've got nasty wind right now. Could be winds over 75 miles an hour. Unfortunately, over Lake Ray Roberts, moving right into Pilot Point. We'll switch over to the radar. That's not the right radar. Let's use this radar. And again, here's the how hard it's raining mode. This whole cluster of storms is translating to the southeast. This big storm out in Jacksboro also translating to the southeast, which means, yes, we're about to have another rough time in the Metroplex. I wish I could give better news, but that's the gist of it. We're in for a rough time again, and then we could have more storms tonight. To the which way the wind's blowing mode, first off, those of you in Jacksboro, y'all doing okay, because this is showing winds way over 75 miles an hour. So those of you in Jacksboro could be getting hit really hard right now with destructive winds. This is moving southeast down Highway 199, right towards Runaway Bay, Joplin. Eventually, this is going to be an issue for Wise County, Parker County, Tarrant County. And again, this thing is moving pretty quick southeast. This could have winds over 70 to 75 miles an hour. Jacksboro. We're going to find out here in a bit just how strong those winds are. We got a weather station in Runaway Bay that'll give us wind speed. And I have no doubt we're going to have wind damage in Jacksboro. A nasty wind signature showing up there. Into the Metroplex, we got storms developing, Dallas County, Tarrant County. So far, not much, but that'll change. And Denton County's got rowdy storms. We got winds moving into places like Pilot Point. We could have winds over 75 miles an hour being indicated on the radar. This complex of storms, again, moving southeast. These are not tornadic. We're not dealing with, long track tornadoes like about a week ago, actually 8 days ago. But again, we could have damaging winds moving over pretty much the same areas that got hit by strong tornadoes a week ago. We could have winds over 70 miles an hour. For what it's worth, be extra vigilant of debris that may be still down from the tornado a week ago. That could become flying debris once again. Right now, over Lake Ray Roberts, moving into Pilot Point. This will be crossing over 377, Tioga down to Aubrey. I realize most of y'all out here have some form of PTSD from a week ago, and wholeheartedly, rightfully so. But again, this is damaging straight line winds, 60 to maybe 75 miles an hour. We're not dealing with, strong long track tornadoes, but still, this is enough to cause some wind damage, knock out power, again, blow stuff around, again, heavy rain and hail. And again, this could be winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour moving into Pilot Point, Tioga. And this storm complex is moving east-southeast towards northwest, well, pretty much Salina. It's following the same track as the storm last Saturday, just without, the long track tornado. We get damaging straight line winds this time instead. But again, we could have winds over 70 miles an hour moving into places like Pilot Point, Ray Roberts Lake, Tioga moving towards Aubrey, Salina. We could have winds gusting over 50 miles an hour right now in Sanger, moving towards Crum. And this whole little complex, again, is moving east-southeast. Back in Jack County, the radar is having a hissy fit out here. with damaging winds. It's saying Jacksboro is getting absolutely hammered right now with straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. We'll find out. We haven't had any actual wind measurements out of these things yet. We did have a 61 mile an hour wind gust in Gainesville, along with golf ball size hail, with a supercell a wee bit earlier. That's evolved into the next cluster of storms per se. But again, right now, back to the how hard it's raining mode, and I'll just switch over to the radar loop to show you what we're dealing with. These storms are progressing southeast about 25 to 30 miles an hour. It's going back in time right now, but here you go. You can see storms moving east-southeast, meaning those of you in Grayson County, you're about to get storms with heavy rain, strong winds, maybe a bit of hail. We got strong winds, heavy rain, flooding, northern Denton County. Flooding's going to be an issue with this too. And you can see that big, bad, very mad little technically Boeing storm, but I don't want to confuse that with Bowie up north. Storm with a lot of wind right now over the city of Jacksboro. That's moving almost east on 380. And down 199, that's going to be moving down towards places like Bridgeport, Runaway Bay. We don't want anyone on the lake out there. Down to Joplin on 199. Right now, Ray Roberts Lake is getting hit with strong, strong winds. Moving into Pilot Point now, coming off the east sides of Ray Roberts Lake. Pilot Point, it'll be windy in Aubrey shortly. We could have winds of 50 to maybe, 60, even higher miles an hour with these storms. And again, we have additional storms developing now along the southward moving outflow boundary, which is helping fire some of these new storms up. You can see Wise County, Denton County. Notice how a bunch of these storms fired up ahead of the main little line. That is with the outflow boundary moving south.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin, Cook, Denton, and Grayson County in Texas.
Again, a lot of rain. We're going to probably see more flooding out of this. We got a new severe warning coming out, so that'll go blah, 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 blah in a second. That'll include all of Denton County, Collin County, Grayson County, Cook County. You'll see that pop up here on the screen. And we'll go ahead and read this. The thing will yell at me in a second telling us about said warning. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning for Denton County, Collin County, Cook County, Grayson County, northern DFW Metroplex up to Sherman, Gainesville. At 4:20 p.m., the leading edge of outflow associated with a cluster of severe thunderstorms was located along a line extending from near Collinsville to Ray Roberts Lake to Crum, moving south at 25. We could see 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This will be in places like North Lake, 430, Corinth, Salina, Argyle, Shady Shores around 435, Flower Mound, Lake Dallas, Little Elm, Prosper, Justine, Carl City by 440. By chance, any of you watching in this magical land of digitalness or have friends or folks out on lakes, let them know it is about to get very windy and they need to get off the lakes like Louisville, Lake Grapevine, any lakes around here, because those strong winds may arrive before the rain, and this is how people get drowned. Because, boats, flotation devices get capsized, and we end up with folks just having issues with that. So, those of you in Denton County, Cook County, Collin County, Denton County, cluster of severe storms, again, capable of damaging winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. When did we all get hit? Tuesday morning with the hurricane? I'm sorry, the days blend together. It's been 5-6 weeks of just nonstop headaches. Those were winds of probably 90 to 110 miles an hour in spots. We're dealing with 60 to 70, so we should not be dealing with the widespread, crazy wind that's going to knock out power to a million people, but we're going to get some power outages out of this, and we're going to get some heavy rain. We're going to get some flooding. Here's the leading edge of the outflow boundary. These are north winds being pushed out by the thunderstorm complex outflow boundary. Some of these blue colors you can see here, those are going to be winds over 60 miles an hour. So again, Last Tuesday morning, we had winds over 95 miles an hour showing up here. We've got 60 this time. So I just want to put in perspective. We're not doing another, at least right now, widespread Hurricane Force ouchies event, but we're dealing with strong to locally damaging winds, 50 to 60, maybe 70 miles an hour in spots that could knock more trees down, more power lines, etc. Back along the tornado damage paths from, southwestern Montague County through, the Cook-Denton County line, Pilot Point area to Salina, any debris still laying around, which, it's been a week, so there's a lot of debris still laying around. That could become airborne again. So be mindful of that. Sheet metal, small pieces of debris that could get picked up easily by wind. There you go. That could be an issue. Okay, so let's get back to it. We'll go to a state view and just talk about what's going on statewide. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's now 4/27, Sunday, the 2nd of June, 2024. We've got storms capable of producing strong winds, heavy rain, a bit of hail now, moving into the DFW Metroplex and Texoma, Sherman, Gainesville, down to Denton County, Collin County. We've got a cluster of severe storms moving out of eastern Jack County, out of Jacksboro, into western Wise County. Those of you on Lake Bridgeport, Runaway Bay, Bridgeport, Chico, Paradise, expect strong winds over 60 miles an hour shortly. These storms are generally moving east or east-southeast, and yes, that means DFW, you're probably going to get wind out of this. You're going to get a lot of rain, power crews. We're going to get another round of issues, and don't even get started about air transportation. I feel so bad for all the airline staff, anyone having interest in aviation. It's just been literally the week of hell for them. In terms of what's going on back west, we have a tornado watch in effect for the Texas Panhandle and West Texas. That is going to be partly in association with this outflow boundary. As storms interact with this outflow boundary, we may see them become tornadic across West Texas and the Panhandle over the next few hours. You can see the dry line is a bit farther west in the western Texas Panhandle, and we're starting to see towering cumulus and storms develop. We've got our typical daily Fort Stockton supercell ongoing south of Interstate 10. As these storms move east towards Interstate 27 in West Texas and the Panhandle, we are likely to see supercellular storm modes. The threat of a few tornadoes, very large to destructive hail, baseball, softball, winds over 75 miles an hour. And then tonight, we're going to see a cluster of storms organize again in the Panhandle in West Texas. Those storms are probably going to move east-southeast into parts of Oklahoma, northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, the big country. So we've got round one right now. This is going to be round two. That is going to move southeast tonight. This is going to move southeast right now, and we may see a few pop-up storms here in, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Those are more of your typical daytime air mass storms that could have brief heavy rain, localized damaging winds, some hail, and then, of course, our daily Fort Stockton supercell, which, this thing's more predictable than, pick your favorite idiom, but the Fort Stockton supercell, we just call it Fort Stocktoning at this point, or Del Rio-ing. We usually get some storms in northern Mexico that move towards Del Rio in the late evening times during the spring months. We get storms around Fort Stockton. So those are typical. But it's this outflow boundary across the Panhandle in West Texas. You can see on satellite, as storms interact with this, we could see an increased threat of tornadoes out here. We've got a tornado watch through the evening hours in the Panhandle. Right now in North Texas and Texoma, we have a severe thunderstorm watch for this cluster of rowdy thunderstorms moving east-southeast out of northwest Texas and Texoma into North Texas. These have the potential to produce damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour, maybe some quarter to half-dollar size hail, and they're generally progressing off to the east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We're currently showing winds over 60 miles an hour, or right thereabouts, moving into Aubrey, to west of Salina to Krugerville. Those of you in Salina, you're going to be getting some strong winds over 60 miles an hour here shortly in the next 10 minutes. Same thing goes. Prosper, New Hope, Denton, down to Ponder. And those storms and the outflow boundary is moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Again, I want to emphasize here, for the most part, we're not dealing with crazy, crazy winds like we were last Tuesday morning. We're not dealing with tornadoes like last Saturday. But we do have some strong winds, some hail, some heavy rain that'll cause flooding. Now, an exception to the damaging wind thing, maybe this cell coming in out of Jacksboro. This thing is showing a pretty nasty rear inflow jet with it. Kind of, let me draw on here and show you what I mean by rear inflow jet. Notice how this storm is bowing out. We got strong winds a few thousand feet above the surface, pushing the apex of the storm out, creating that apex of the bow, and using the which way the wind's blowing mode, we're able to see winds potentially over 70 miles an hour now, east of Jacksboro, moving towards Runaway Bay, Lake Bridgeport, Chico, Paradise. We could have some wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour, and that's riding east on Highway 380. Most of you in Dallas and Tarrant counties right now, we do have a few pop-up thunderstorms developing. You can see a storm going up over the north sides of DFW Airport, one over the south sides of DFW Airport. Again, those of you with aviation interest, I really am sorry. It's been a week of hell. We got storms going up over northeast Dallas, up towards Garland. All this is just a precursor to the fact it is about to pour rain across most of the Metroplex. We could have some strong winds, some hail, flooding, and again, some strong winds capable of knocking out power, knocking down, trees and all that. And that's not even to mention the fact we could see another cluster move in to North Texas tonight from the Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas. This first cluster we're dealing with is honestly a bit of a surprise. Color me shocked, I know. Another surprise cluster of storms. Welcome to summertime air masses that what we call high instability, low shear environments. Yeah, this is what happens. You get one storm that goes up, or you have a remnant outflow boundary from storms the prior day. Up here in Oklahoma, for example, we had what's called a mesoscale convective vortex, an area of low pressure that developed with last night's storms. That was able to develop new storms this morning. Those storms have translated south into a highly unstable summer-like environment. And the result? A cluster of storms producing heavy rain, localized damaging winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, lightning out the wazoo. So again, that is what's going on with all this, and I'll just turn it back onto the loop mode. That's a severe thunderstorm watch. But again, here's what the loop looks like over the last, half hour to an hour, and you can see, yeah, we've got storms developing over, the Metroplex, North Texas. You can see we even have storms developing southeast of the Metroplex now. These are generally pop-up, kind of more like your typical summer pop-ups where a lot of lightning, localized heavy rain, gusty winds, while this cluster of storms moving in from the northwest into the Metroplex could have localized winds of 45 to 65 miles an hour, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail. Most common hazard is going to be a lot of rain, localized flooding, cloud-to-ground lightning. Need to be mindful on area lakes around the Metroplex. We're about to have strong, gusty north winds, and those may arrive before the actual rain. And again, we're going to have issues in West Texas in the Panhandle in the next few hours. We're going to have supercells crossing over an outflow boundary, which could enhance the tornado threat. We're probably going to be dealing with some tornado issues in the Panhandle in West Texas in a couple of hours. And then that is going to be a cluster of storms that moves southeast into Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, even parts of North Texas. All right, so let's do this. Let's go back to a statewide view. I'm going to clear everything off the map here. I want to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Now, these have not been doing well over the last week. I don't think that's a secret to anybody. but we're going to take a gander at it, see what it shows at 5 p.m. And again, this is just to see if it's handling this well or not. Honestly, it's not doing too bad. It does have some development in the panhandle already. That hasn't happened yet, but it should soon. What I was looking for there was to see how representative of the current environment it is. So I'm going to let that load real quick. And this is just to see what may happen tonight. Well, first off, Storm Cluster 1, you can see it moves it into East Texas, the Arklatex this evening. That makes sense. So this cluster of storms, in the Metroplex may keep on going until it gets to Louisiana, just like yesterday and days before that. The storms of the Panhandle, West Texas this evening could move into the Big Country, Northwest Texas, even parts of the Permian Basin, Concho Valley. I would not rule out storms in Texoma and North Texas, though. We're just going to have to see how this whole thing evolves. But, again, we're going to be busy for a while. Back to the real-time statewide view. And again, here's just radar over the last few hours. You can see the Fort Stockton typical daily supercell southwest of Fort Stockton.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Parker and Wise County in Texas.
We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for, areas just northwest of the DFW Metroplex. We're starting to see initial supercell development now in the western Texas Panhandle along the dry line, west of Channing, near Wildorado, west of Dimmitt, near Muleshoe, all the way down to west of Littlefield, along that towering line of cumulus in West Texas and the Panhandle. And those are going to evolve into supercells, which could have an increased threat of producing tornadoes as they cross an outflow boundary here near Interstate 27. You can see that line of cumulus also on that outflow boundary. Back in North Texas, you can see over the last, really couple hours, we've got storms moving in from Texoma, Northwest Texas, into the DFW Metroplex. These storms capable of producing gusty to localized damaging winds, heavy rainfall, the potential for localized flooding, some small hail, along with heavy rain and lightning. Now, we're not dealing with widespread damaging winds like we were Tuesday morning, like we have some of these other days, but we still have localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour in spots, which will support the possibility of power outages. Oh, goodness. The possibility of some tree damage, stuff like that. But we're not doing the whole hurricane force wind thing right now, which is nice. All right, let's go back to the real-time high-res radar. Again, we'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And pretty good surge of straight-line winds coming into Wise County. You can see we could have some winds over 65 miles an hour with the storm near Runaway Bay, moving towards Bridgeport. This will move into places like Decatur, Paradise, Boyd, and Rome. Maybe even down to Springtown over the next 30 minutes. That storm is moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour now. Up here in Denton County, let's see if I can get this to load correctly. You can see we've got some strong winds being indicated just northwest of Prosper now. Could have some localized winds approaching Prosper and Salina up to about 65 miles an hour. Still seeing some strong winds around Pilot Point, but notice this leading edge of the outflow boundary, Little Elm, Lake Louisville, north sides of Corinth, we're seeing winds of about 45 to 50 miles an hour, so not considered severe. To be severe, you have to be 58 miles an hour or higher, but still, that's capable of knocking some twigs down, maybe causing some localized power outages, but it's not doing, crazy hurricane force doom like we had on Tuesday morning. And again, we could also have some small hail, gusty winds. Back to the Fort Worth radar and the how hard at training mode. You can see these do continue to evolve from, whoops-a-daisy, essentially moving from west to east, southeast. Yeah, and you can also see the storm east of Decatur is technically moving northeast right now, but all right. Well, let me take this real quick. All right. I keep yawning. My apologies. It's not that the storms are boring. It's just, well, the lighting in here right now kind of makes it conducive for a nap. So we're going to change the lighting a bit. There you go. We'll just use typical office lighting. If that doesn't make one want to fall asleep too, I don't know what will. But again, you can see a pretty good little bowing structure with this storm in Wise County over Chico to Bridgeport. That could have some strong winds over 60 miles an hour. And that's moving east towards Decatur, Boyd, maybe even down to Springtown. We're not doing widespread damaging winds right now. I want to emphasize that. These storms in the Metroplex have heavy rain, small hail, lightning, and yes, there are pockets of localized damaging winds over 55 to 60 miles an hour. We're not doing 100-mile-an-hour winds right now. We're not doing everybody's getting hurricane force winds. We're not doing another one of these knockout power to a million people sort of things right now. Could that change if we get a upward shift in intensity? Yes. Is that something we're seeing right now? No. The most likely thing to produce, winds over 60 miles an hour, again, section of the storm around Prosper to Salina. A little surge showing up now near Little Elm and Oak Point. And then with these storms moving into Bridgeport, Paradise, Runaway Bay. And again, we're generally still talking, 55 to 65 mile an hour winds, which, yes, will cause some power outages. They're strong, but I want to set our expectations here given the last 8 days here. We're not doing tornadoes. We're not doing strong long track tornadoes. We're not doing 100-mile-an-hour winds. We're not doing a hurricane in the DFW Metroplex. We're doing more summer-like storms in the sense of, yeah, we do have some strong winds. We've got some heavy rain that's going to cause flooding.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Lightning, some small hail. And yeah, these storms are going to be big, bad, and rather mad, but we're not doing the whole hurricane force, spaghetti-o, everyone has no power situation. Is this going to exacerbate issues we've already had? Yes. Are we probably going to see some power outages? Yes. Are we going to have some flooding? Yes. Do we have some weakened infrastructure, trees or tree limbs that may be, on the verge of failing or falling because of the winds on Tuesday that could get knocked over by this? Yes. Does this mean everyone's going to have rain? No. Are we going to have gusty winds through the whole Metroplex? Probably. At least a northerly wind shift up to 30, 40 miles an hour outside of storms, and that could be a big issue for boaters and those on lakes. We're probably going to, unfortunately, hear about some drownings because of it, as we usually do when we have one of these outflow boundaries move through and we have a bunch of people on the water. But hopefully, y'all are also seeing the dark, scary clouds of doom and realize, hey, it's about to stormy. So again, it is 4:45. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring thunderstorms moving into the DFW Metroplex that could have some strong winds, heavy rain, a wee bit of hail. We've got some stormies that have developed in places like the Brazos Valley, southeastern North Texas, East Texas. Those are more are comparable to, the summertime storms, where we have quick pop-ups with heavy rain, lightning, some small hail, gusty winds. They usually rain themselves out within an hour or two. We've got our typical daily Fort Stockton supercell. That's in southwest of Fort Stockton. That may end up moving down towards Sanderson at some point. That could have some big hail with it, localized damaging winds. We'll see if it tries to spit a tornado out today. And then we have the initial development of supercell thunderstorms in the Texas Panhandle, West Texas. Those will have the potential to become problematic with all modes of severe weather in the Panhandle, West Texas possible. Could see a few tornadoes, softball size hail, damaging winds over 75 miles an hour with those storms in the Panhandle of the next few hours and West Texas. With time this evening, those storms will congeal into yet another storm cluster that will probably move southeast towards parts of the big country, the Permian Basin, northwest Texas, maybe the Concho Valley. If it takes more of an eastward jog, it may move towards Texoma, North Texas. But since
a new flash flood warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Texoma and North Texas are dealing with a cluster of storms now, we're not sure if they'll be able to destabilize for another round of rowdy storms tonight. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's June. It's summertime. Mother Nature does weird, random things, just like me trying to say that word, and can't rule out storms. But the good news is, once these storms in North Texas move through, y'all are in DFW up into Texoma are going to have a pretty nice night. Going to be cooler. It'll be probably a nice sunset, but you just got to get through this over the next little while. All right, so here is what we're going to do. Let's check some notes here. All right. So again, you can always keep up with the latest in your area with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage when necessary. We have daily Texas weather roundups on the weekdays and more. My sister is in Burleson. Well, sister, if you're in Burleson, let me know if you're watching this. I don't know why you would be, because you probably have better things to do, but interesting. All right, so yeah, I was talking about a mobile app and then I was distracted by my little sister. It's always her fault. Yeah, so just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device and you'll be able to keep up with what's going on. Otherwise, again, yeah, we got some storms moving into DFW with strong winds, maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour, could cause some localized power outages, could have some small hail, heavy rain. But at this point, I want to emphasize no tornadoes, no, hurricane force, 100-mile-an-hour winds of doom. Not expecting this to be another, million plus people without power situation right now. But yeah, we're going to have some strong winds, some small hail, some heavy rain that'll cause flooding, lightning, etc. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back here at 5 p.m. That is in 10 minutes. We'll be back sooner if necessary. But again, those of you in Grapevine to Carrollton, you'll be getting strong winds by then. Those of you in Boyd to Decatur, strong winds by 5. And this whole cluster moving southeast, about 25 miles an hour. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes, sooner if necessary. Alrighty. Nothing bad's happened. I'm just back early. Hey, camera. Hi. Why, hi, camera. Thanks for focusing on me. I know I'm not pretty to look at, but... Alright, we've got some strong winds now moving on into portions of Tarrant, Dallas counties. We could have some 55, 60 mile an hour winds right now over Lake Dallas down to Louisville Lake. That's going to be moving south. Here's the real-time radar. We'll switch to the high-res version. You can see a cluster of storms now extending from near Sherman down to Salina to Frisco to, well, pretty much Lake Louisville and Louisville. Over to Boyd. We've got some isolated storms popping up ahead of this cluster with the potential of all these storms producing heavy rain and lightning, small hail, and we could also see some gusty to localized damaging winds. Now, notice something we're not used to seeing as of late. You know, the lack of super bright blue colors. We're seeing some winds of 50 to maybe 60 miles an hour in these storms, but we're not seeing strong indications of, hurricane force winds, all that nonsense, which is nice.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Grayson County in Texas.
Flooding, no, yeah, heavy rain and flooding, that's going to be a no-brainer. Unfortunately, we'll probably get quite a bit of that out of this. But again, these storms generally, at least these clusters, are moving to the east-southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. The storm near Decatur is moving southeast more quickly. And again, all of these are capable...
This local storm report from 1 mile west of Decatur in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
The potential for localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Dime to maybe quarter-size hail. Heavy rainfall. And lightning. Now remember, lightning is frightening, as is this coconut chocolate bar probably, but we're going to do it anyway. Not bad. But again, these storms are moving to the east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. You can see we have additional scattered showers and storms firing up. In fact, if I zoom this out a little, you can see a storm northwest of Corsicana, moving northeast, near M House, one near Palmer, Irving, Colleyville. Something we do know, both the storm over Highland Village and the storm over Boyd to Decatur are showing intensifying updrafts, which just is an indication that the storms are getting a little stronger. We got a new updraft over Louisville to Highland Village. It's almost 60,000 feet tall. The storm over Decatur is about 60,000 feet tall. As that happens, what goes up must come down. So we're going to have to watch for indications of increased damaging winds with this. We are starting to see that over Louisville Lake, specifically Lakewood Village. We're seeing some winds showing up over about 60 miles an hour. We could see some quarter-size hail in places like Louisville, Highland Village, Decatur down to Boyd and Rome over the next 10 minutes. Hey, Bartholomew, I don't want to hear it. It was an Atkins bar. All right, so it is 5:01. Howdy, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Potential for winds of 55 to 60 miles an hour, with these relatively unhappy thunderstorms in Wise County, Denton County, Western Collin County. If you don't know your counties, well, there's only 254 in the state of Texas. Get learning. I'm talking about from Decatur to Boyd to Paradise, East, Denton, Highland Village, Corinth, Louisville, Frisco, Prosper, Salina. Now, we're not talking winds like we dealt with this past Tuesday, but yeah, it's enough to knock some twigs over, probably knock some power lines over.
Storm report from 4 miles northwest of Denton in Denton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, ham report of ping pong ball sized hail near Loop 288 and Highway 77 in Denton.
Okay, so we just got a report of ping pong ball size hail in Denton. That's the largest I've heard from recently, so we'll see if that becomes a common thing or if that's just an exception. But again, it's storming. It's pouring. I wish I was snoring, but alas, the old man's here telling you what's going on. You can see these storms generally moving east-southeast, but yeah, we've got storms kind of just popping up all over the place. The individual storms that are firing from Parker, Tarrant, Dallas, Ellis, Johnson, Navarro, Hill counties are moving northeast. The main cluster of doom with super heavy rain, gusty winds, and some hail moving southeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Still quiet on the front range of the Panhandle in West Texas. At some point, they'll have supercells, but for now, nope. And then we've got the typical Fort Stockton supercell, which is sitting south of Fort Stockton on Highway, 385. And 285. As usual, those could have, tennis ball size hail, winds over 60 south of Fort Stockton. But that's a pretty normal daily thing down there this time of year. Storms over Decatur to Boyd, throwing out enough lightning to probably ignite half of the fields if they were, dry and this was last summer. But fortunately, we've had rain. We could have winds over 60 miles an hour right now. Little Elm to the Colony to Louisville to Highland Village, and over Paradise to Boyd. Most of y'all out of these storms are going to see at least some gusty winds over 35 miles an hour. That's enough to cause some small twigs to go flying. We could see maybe some pea to quarter-size hail.
Texas local
heavy rain,
2 miles northeast of
lightning,
Denton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
I'll switch over and show you the wind mode off the terminal Doppler weather radar shortly. I wonder if my shipment of blue soda gets here today. That'd be nice. Again, here's what how hard the wind is blowing. Yeah, good enough. Mode from the terminal Doppler weather radar for DFW. We're seeing a pocket of winds over 60 miles an hour over Highway 51 near Boyd. We're seeing some strong winds over Lake Louisville near 60 miles an hour, 50 to 60 miles an hour. And again, all this activity is moving south. The leading edge of the outflow boundary about to move over the north sides of DFW Airport. And again, all this is moving southeast. So again, some strong winds right now. Wise County, Denton County, Western Collin County. We'll go back to the Fort Worth NEXRAD. Again, we got heavy rain on Highway 75/69 all the way from Durant, Oklahoma, down 275. Denison, Sherman, Howell, Van Alstyne, Anna, McKinney. That'll be moving over 75 from Allen to Plano shortly. You can see we've got other storms that have developed now. DFW Metroplex, it's raining, it's pouring, there's some small hail, it's blowing. And then we've got a storm coming out of Wise County into Denton County. That could have some strong winds with it. And then the big old cluster now from near Highland Village all the way up to, again, Grayson County, Sherman, moving southeast. These storm skits not doing well with this. So let me see if I can't knock them off. Switch back over. We'll look at the statewide view. Again, here is the radar for North Texas over the last hour. Again, storms moving southeast. It's not a continuous cluster, but yeah, we are getting some pockets of quarter-size hail, some wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles an hour in spots. Could knock some twigs down. That could cause some power outages, but we're not doing the whole hurricane force 100-mile-an-hour wind thing right now, which is a nice change of pace considering the last 6 weeks. That seems to be about all we do. At least one town in Texas a week getting hit with 100, 120-mile-an-hour winds. Be nice not to do that today. We may do it later, but not right now. So again, one severe storm, eastern Wise County from Slidell to Boyd. Moving out of Decatur, moving east on 380 towards Crum, Ponder, Justin, Roanoke, Argyle, Denton. Another severe storm from near Gunter, Weston, Prosper, Frisco, the Colony, Louisville, Highland Village to New Hope, Aubrey. That's moving east, southeast towards, well, Anna, Melissa, McKinney, Allen, Plano, Carrollton. What we're dealing with we got a lot of storms. The strongest are producing gusty winds, quarter-size hail, a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall. We're not doing baseball-size hail. We're not doing 100-mile-an-hour winds. We're not doing tornadoes. That. So we're dealing with more of our typical summertime storms versus, angry supercells trying to cause problems. Now, the Panhandle of West Texas, yeah, you're going to have the typical supercells later with the potential for all modes of severe weather. And then we've got the typical daily Fort Stockton storm south of Fort Stockton on 385 and 285. But again, I know most folks out here do have some storm-related anxiety, and rightfully so. It has been an unpleasant month and a half at this point, so that's why we're here. That's why we're just keeping you updated on what's going on. And again, some of these storms do have strong wind, quarter-size hail, heavy rain, and a lot of lightning. We're not doing the whole hurricane force wind thing right now. We're not doing tornadoes, baseball-size hail here in North Texas. We're doing okay. But yes, heavy rain, strong winds, small to maybe quarter-size hail, lightning, street flooding, another quick rise on creek streams, more water going into lakes that are already plenty full. But no tornadoes, no 100-mile-an-hour winds. But yeah, it's going to be dark, it's going to be scary, it's going to look scary, it's going to look like the apocalypse, but it's going to be a-okay. We're not dealing with, crazy, super high-end severe storms. We're dealing with storms that are more reminiscent of what we might see in the summer months. We've got a storm over Rice right now, Interstate 45. That might have some quarter-size hail with it, about to move over Rice and Interstate 45. That's on the Ellis-Navarro County line, north of Corsicana, southeast of Ennis. That storm's moving northeast. We've got some other storms that have fired up. Parker County down to Bosque County, or excuse me, Meridian County. I don't know why I keep doing that. No, it is Bosque County. I need a nap. Ellis County, Navarro County, those storms moving northeast. We got some heavy rain up in Fannin County, Grayson County, some lightning, some gusty winds. As we take a look farther south, we got some pop-up storms in southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley. Those are more typical of your springtime storms, summertime storms. They pop up, they shoot out a bunch of lightning, drop a wee bit of hail, push out a lot of gusty winds as they collapse, and that process usually is start to finish about an hour. We've got the typical daily Fort Stockton supercell sitting its happy self over 385 and 285 between Sanderson and Fort Stockton, Interstate 10 to Highway 90. You can see those storms mostly staying south of I-10 for now, but it looks like the left splits with maybe some golf ball to tennis ball size hail may try to make it up to I-10 around Fort Stockton. The right split's sitting its happy self on 385, where it's probably flooding again. We've got scattered storms still trying to go up in the western Texas Panhandle and West Texas. These storms eventually, we're probably going to see a few supercells evolve with the potential for all modes of severe weather, including big hail, strong winds, maybe a few tornadoes. And then those will evolve into a cluster, probably, that'll move towards Oklahoma, northwest Texas, the big country. Depending on the track they take, they may move farther south towards the big country, the eastern Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, or we may see them also move towards northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas again.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Collin and Denton County in Texas.
But again, the reason we're here talking with you right now is we got some rowdy storms moving into the DFW Metroplex with heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe a bit of hail, flooding. You just heard we have a flash flood warning out through 8 p.m. now for Denton, Collin counties. We'll probably see that also issued for parts of, Tarrant, Dent, Dallas counties as these heavier storms try to progress southeast. But again, yeah, we got some strong winds, and yeah, some of these winds are pretty strong. We have no tornadoes, maybe some quarter-size hail. We could have some localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. I want to set our expectations, though. We're not doing what we did last Tuesday where we had widespread, 70 to 100 mile an hour winds. We're talking, maybe 45, 50, up to 70. So, yes, we're getting plenty of wind out of this, but we're not doing the whole hurricane force, knock out the power grid type situation right now. That being said, we are seeing some strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour right now, approaching Ponder to Justin, Boyd to east of Decatur. That's with these storms coming in from the west. So again, we've already had one storm move through Denton County. That's moving southeast into Collin County, northern Dallas County. We've got a second storm moving in from Wise County, moving more to the east. So again, the first storm that just moved through is moving almost south-southeast. This one is moving east. So another storm coming in to parts of Denton County right now. That could have a comparatively higher threat of damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Maybe some more quarter-size hail, more heavy rain, and more flooding. Now, we're going to zoom out here. Let me see if I can't see that outflow boundary. What we're looking at here is an outflow boundary. That's helping spark off some of these storms. You can see it kind of see it here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin and Denton County in Texas.
As this outflow boundary moves south, we're seeing gusty north winds, but it also acts like a wave on the ocean, providing lift for new storms to fire up along and, the boundary moving south. We're getting reports of outdoor warning sirens sounding in places like Frisco, McKinney. Remember, those are outdoor warning sirens, meant to warn those outdoors to go indoors. We have no tornadoes. We do have strong winds. We have some hail. And again, that surge of wind about to move into Ponder and Justin. Back to the Fort Worth radar we go, which does better with the whole overall situation. You can see this thing near Ponder. Pretty nasty looking storm. Potential for some quarter-size hail. Heavy rain. Wind gust over 60 miles an hour. That storm is moving east towards, Ponder, Justin, eventually Denton, Roanoke, Corinth, Louisville, Little Elm. Y'all are going to get another storm. So again, storm number 1. We're watching this whole little cluster here. This is moving east, southeast. This second storm moving east. Both little lines here, the potential for very heavy rainfall, quarter-size hail, damaging winds of, maybe 55 to 70 miles an hour, especially with the second line coming in from the west. And we're having to watch for new updrafts going up on the outflow boundary, which would enhance the threat for some larger hail, some stronger winds. If I had to say we had that going up right now, I'd say I'm watching a new storm going up right over here on that outflow boundary, which could lead to a southern extension of the current storm, and 2, some stronger winds and quarter-size hail.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
So again, it is 5:18. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Denton County, Collin County, Wise County, Northern Parker County. We have storms moving from west to east, the potential for localized, I want to emphasize localized, wind gusts over 65 miles an hour, the potential for some folks to get quarter-size hail. Most folks in Denton, Collin counties up to Grayson County are getting heavy rainfall with the threat of flooding. Again, these are dropping a lot of heavy rain. We've obviously had more than our fair share of storms over the last couple weeks, so we're going to see street flooding, rapid rises on creeks and streams. We have a hail core showing up just north of McKinney right now. We could have some quarter to maybe even ping pong ball size hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mills County in Texas.
We'll take a look at that Central Texas severe warning in a minute. But again, the potential for a wee bit of quarter, maybe even, ping pong ball size hail right now, north sides of McKinney. That storm is moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And then we have a second line of storms moving in from Ponder to Justin towards Denton and Corinth, Louisville, moving east. Again, if I put the loop on here, you're going to see we just got a lot of storms going on right now, somewhat chaotic motion. But again, the clear-cut thing is we're about to get a lot of rain in Denton and Collin counties. We're going to flood. So we're about to get a lot of flooding out of this. 2, we could see some localized winds, 50 to 65 miles an hour. We do not have a tornado issue. We do not have 100-mile-an-hour winds. We shouldn't have baseball-size hail. We do have some quarter to maybe ping-pong ball-size hail. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain. The reason some of you may be hearing outdoor warning sirens is the outdoor warning sirens are for folks outdoors. Those are typically sounded if we're expecting ping-pong ball-size hail or larger, or 70-mile-an-hour winds and higher, plus tornadoes. So that's why some of the municipalities, like maybe Frisco to McKinney, blew the sirens. Is for, ping-pong ball-size hail threat or larger. No tornadoes, no crazy winds right now, no, baseball to softball size hail. Knock on wood. As we watch a little hail core over the north sides of McKinney. But again, let's take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning we just had issued down in Mills County and parts of central Texas. You can see it's going to be southwest of Goldwaith. Storm capable of maybe some ping pong ball size hail. winds of 60 miles an hour. That storm's moving northeast at only 15 miles an hour. Again, we're dealing with more summertime-like storms today. So those of you in Goldwaith, you could get a bit of hail shortly. Those of you on 183 southeast of Goldwaith towards Castor and Scalorn on 183 could begin hail right now. Pretty good hail core with this. And it is a supercell-ish out by itself. So yeah, we could have maybe some ping pong to golf ball size hail. And that storm's moving northeast at about 15. So Goldwaith to Center City on Highway 84, getting some hail soon. Otherwise, southeast Texas, we'll just take a statewide view, put the radar back on. Again, we've got some pop-ups in the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Nothing severe with these right now. We could have some small hail, gusty winds, lightning, and heavy rain, but nothing that is considered severe in the sense of quarter-size hail or larger, 60-mile-an-hour winds or higher, or tornadoes. Notice we're seeing some new storms fire up now, southern North Texas. That'll probably continue to be a thing. These storms up here in North Texas are probably going to make it into East Texas and push towards Louisiana this evening. So all of y'all downstream of this, heads up, cluster of storms. Shocking, I know. Probably going to try to do this evening. So we may have storms in East Texas and the Arklatex in a few hours with some heavy rain, some strong winds, lightning, maybe some hail. Panhandle, West Texas, tornado watch is in effect. We're waiting to see when our supercells are going to develop. They're still trying, but once they get going, we could have some threat of, well, tornadoes, big hail, strong winds. And then that might evolve into a cluster that moves southeast tonight. Yay, more storms. Our typical daily Fort Stockton supercells sitting around Fort Stockton. You can see actually Fort Stockton is about to get hit by one of these. The potential for golf ball size hail, localized winds over 65 miles an hour with that. So Fort Stockton, I-10, 385, 285, your daily supercells occurring. It's like living in Florida down there in terms of storm chances. You're almost guaranteed to get a supercell a day during, the late spring. Something about the topography in that area that allows for increased lift in storms. Yes, topography does play a role in the development of storms. All right, let's go back to the radar here in DFW. Again, one cluster of storms on 121 from Trenton to McKinney all the way down towards Frisco. That moving east could have strong winds over 60 miles an hour in spots, heavy rain, maybe quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Line number 2, and I'll put this on a loop so y'all can see it. Moving from west to east, the potential for more heavy rain, flooding, quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. I want to emphasize this could be a rather problematic flooding situation in Denton and Collin counties with multiple thunderstorms developing and then moving over the same areas as earlier storms. This is how we end up with 3 to 6 inches of rain in the span of 90 minutes, and that can cause considerable flooding problems and include spots that don't flood as easily as, low-lying crossings, creeks, etc. So we're probably going to see some very rapid rises on creeks and streams. I'm talking the order of feet in the matter of minutes. The potential for a lot of roads to be flooded. Please don't drive into high water, even if others are doing it. You never know when it's going to be your time to have issues and, stall out. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Or, some of you might get this one a little better. Turn around, don't total out and flood your vehicle. So again, strong winds, quarter to ping pongs, maybe in spots. Most folks are seeing, P to quarter size hail. Some wind gust of 60 miles an hour. Most folks are seeing 40 to 50. Very heavy rain, lightning, and flooding. Most of y'all are seeing lightning and heavy rain that'll cause flooding. Let me see if we've had any recent reports of rain. Again, we're getting rainfall totals already over 2 inches in the last hour here in Denton County. And it's still pouring rain, so again, flash flooding. I want to emphasize the flooding threat. Yeah, we got some wind. Yeah, we got a wee bit of hail, flooding, heavy rain, rapid rises on creeks and streams, street flooding, all of that. Denton County, Collin County, especially now that we have additional storms moving in behind round one into Denton County, and those will move into Collin County. Notice we do also now have storms increasing in Tarrant County, Dallas County. Seeing a pretty good surge of wind right now. North Lake, Justin, Double Oak, Argyle, Flower Mound. Could see some strong winds over 50 miles an hour, maybe over 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain, etc. We got a storm near Aledo showing some indications of producing hail now. We could have quarter-size hail, maybe larger, in Anita, Aledo, Anita South, or Aneta South, and Aledo. That's probably going to require a severe thunderstorm warning shortly for eastern, southeastern Parker, and western Tarrant County. So there could be some big hail with that shortly. We got heavy rain in northern Dallas, Tarrant, all of Denton, all of Collin counties. It's pouring, it's storming, it's going to flood. We also have some P to quarter size hail, some localized wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Oh, my sister's in town. Oh, maybe I will be taking a road trip tomorrow. It's unfortunate. But again, we don't have, 100-mile-an-hour winds. We don't have baseball-size hail, unless the Aledo and Netta storm does something crazy, which it might, briefly. We do have winds up to 60 miles an hour now in places like southern Denton County. Let me go ahead. We're going to switch off the loop. We're going to switch back over to the super-duper I can press button mode. Those of you at Texas Motor Speedway or near thereabouts, radar currently showing a pocket of winds over 70 miles an hour right at Texas Motor Speedway. Up towards Justin, Corral City, and North Lake, we could have localized winds now over 65 miles an hour. We're seeing some winds moving into Double Oak, Flower Mound, over 60 miles an hour. So we are starting to see a little more of a wind signature now over parts of southern Denton County. And again, yes, if you're at DFW, Love Field, I'm so sorry. You're doomed. Again,
Texas
another day of
storm
doom.
report from 5 miles east of Rome in Denton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, golf ball, 1.75 inches. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Okay, so we got golf ball size hail just reported in $50 to golf ball size hail in portions of Rome. So that storm's moving towards Justin and Roanoke. We're also seeing that with the damaging wind signature. So again, report of golf ball size hail just recently east of Rome, southwest of Justin. We're also seeing a very strong surge of winds now, approaching 75
Texas
to 80
local
miles
storm
an
report
hour,
from 2 miles
Texas Motor
southeast of
Speedway.
Fort Stockton in Pecos County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 4.00 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, hail ranged in size from golf ball to softball.
Apparently, the storm now approaching Fort Stockton has softball-size hail reported.
Seen on the TDWRs, somewhat concerning wind shear over Justin.
Yeah. So again, Fort Stockton, especially just east of Fort Stockton on I-10, apparently y'all have managed to get softball-size hail. Please stop. Thank you. That storm's moving northeast slowly. Yeah, what meteorologist Jason Cooley just came on to say was seeing an increasing wind signature now over Justin. And again, we've been talking about that now for a few minutes. Seeing a wind signature over, 70 miles an hour, Texas Motor Speedway.
Storm report from Fort Stockton in Pecos County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, golf ball-sized hail on the south side of Fort Stockton. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
It's a never-ending story. Seeing some strong winds now also. Irving, DFW Airport, Saginaw, Eagle Mountain. And again, this is as the outflow boundary responsible for sparking off some of these storms continues to move south, and it acts like a wave, a source of lift. So this outflow boundary moving south from Saginaw to Euless as it moves south is helping to spark off and invigorate thunderstorm activity, which is why storm chances are going to ramp up. We're going to see new storms develop in Dallas and Tarrant counties. This storm near Aledo, Annetta South, could have golf ball size hail with it. There's no warning with it, but given the hail signature with it right now, the storm that just produced golf balls in Justin, yeah, we could have golf ball size hail trying to fall around Willow Park, Annetta, Aledo, Annetta South over the next few minutes. Funny, I was just looking at houses around there. What is this thing near Flower Mound? It's north of the outflow boundary. Boy, I'll tell you what, y'all, which one of y'all made the wind mad? Now we're starting to see more of a wind signature with this in southern Denton County towards northern Tarrant County. So again, Texas Motor Speedway, Justin, 114 to 35W, all the way now towards Flower Mound, Double Oak, Highland Village. We're seeing straight line wind / microburst signatures over 70 miles an hour. So now we are starting to see some of these stronger winds in Flower Mound, Double Oak, Trophy Club, Marshall Creek, Justin, Pearl City, Texas Motor Speedway. So again, we could begin some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds with that. Looks like we have our first supercell of the day in the Texas Panhandle. That is going to be north of Dimmitt, west of Happy. That may be a tornado issue in the next hour or two. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that. I fully expect we're going to be shifting to tornado coverage in the Panhandle at some point over the next couple of hours. But for now, we got stormies in the Metroplex creating a ruckus. Heavy rain, flooding, strong winds, apparently quarter to golf ball size hail. But again, right now, we're seeing a pretty nasty little wind signature. We're seeing a wind signature up to 50 miles an hour, Irving, DFW. In fact, now we just got a signature about 55 miles an hour in Irving, east of the George Bush, round 183, southeast sides of DFW. The approach end of runway 31 right, if they were in north ops, if they're in south ops, which given the north winds right now, they're probably not. That'd be 13 left, the departure end. But again, we're seeing winds over 65 to 70 miles an hour right now in the Terminal Doppler Weather Radar. These were installed after the Delta 191 crash back in the 80s. These are very good at detecting wind shear near the airports. They're high resolution, and they update frequently. But again, we do have severe storms now producing damaging winds. Southern Denton County could have storms producing quarter-size hail, at times up to golf ball size hail, but mostly quarters, and the potential for localized winds of 55 to maybe 65 to 70 miles an hour in spots. Most folks, you're not seeing that kind of wind, but apparently Flower Mound to Double Oak, y'all have upset the stormy because we are seeing stronger winds now. Here, I'll put some roads on here. Don't you like it when I put your roads on here and I end up calling out your road because you're getting the strongest winds in this part of the country right now? Bridlewood Road, Cross Timbers Road, Wichita Trail. Flower Mound Road. Porter Road. Cross Timbers Road, Wichita Trail, Bridlewood Boulevard, Long Prairie Road. Seeing strong winds right now, could be over 70 miles an hour. Y'all are taking it on the chin with a microburst. It's not a tornado, but it's a microburst. You can see the latest scan just came in. Seeing winds again over 60 to 70 miles an hour. And this storm itself is continuing to slowly move east-southeast. We'll switch back over to the next rad radar. Supercell over Aledo. That could have some pretty big hail with it. It's not warned right now, but yeah, that could easily have quarter to golf ball size hail with it at the moment. That's moving northeast right now slowly. It'll be over I-20 at the 30-20 split. West side's, well, technically, I guess, far eastern Parker County. But again, wouldn't be shocked if y'all in Aledo, Annetta are getting quarter to golf ball size hail in the next few minutes. That's moving slowly northeast towards the I-20-30 split, west sides of Tarrant County, eastern portions of Parker County. By the way, if you want to keep up with storms in your neck of the woods, you can do so with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. It's free. You get interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, daily Texas weather roundups, and of course your local weather forecast. And again, I need to actually make sure that coverage is on the app. It is not, or it is. Actually, I just need to update the time. I can do that real quick so it's not at the bottom of the list. There we go. I probably scared Jason. I didn't mean to scare Jason. All right. So that should be at the top of the app here in just a second. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David Reimer. Let's just go ahead and keep this radar loop going so y'all can see what's going on. We got storms in the Metroplex. I want to emphasize, no tornadoes, no 100-mile-an-hour widespread winds. We are seeing the strongest storms right now. We've got one storm over Irving, east sides of DFW to Farmers Branch. We got one strong updraft over Flower Mound. We got one strong updraft over Aledo. But we got storms all over the place. I'm just telling you where the strongest pushes are right now, where we could have, the biggest hail, strongest winds. Again, this is all caused by a southward moving outflow boundary that's acting as a strong source of lift, helping fire up new storms while also keeping storms going across areas farther north. Fannin County, Fannin County, Collin County, Denton County. Cook County, Grayson County, you're clearing out. You've got some light to moderate rain, probably quite a bit of stratiform lightning, but your severe weather issues have ended for now. You may get more storms later. We've got winds over Flower Mound right now, up to Double Oak, approaching Lone Prairie Road, FM 2499, Cross Timbers Boulevard, Flower Mound Road, FM 2199. The potential for damaging winds right now in progress over 65 miles an hour. All these storms could have, dime to quarter, maybe even at times golf ball size hail. I really would not be shocked if we had quarter to golf ball size hail falling in Aledo right now, just southwest of the I-20-30 split, moving northeast slowly towards the I-20-30 split. The storms in northern Tarrant, Denton, Collin counties are moving east, while these individual discrete storms farther south are moving more northeast, but slowly. All these individual little storms could have, at times dime to quarter size hail, heavy rain, localized gusty winds. It's got a hail picture out of Fort Stockton on the fan group page. We appreciate y'all sharing your hail photos with us, your reports of any damage or, all of that. When it's safe to do so, please don't do it while the event's happening. We don't want you getting hurt, but we appreciate hearing about these. It helps us verify what is going on. It's got a reported quarter-size hail out of Aledo. So we'll get a severe thunderstorm warning for that in a minute. Probably should have been 10 minutes ago, but that's okay. It's got a 2-inch... Yeah, we've got a 2 to 2.5 inch size hail falling southwest of Goldwaite. We just got a picture of that. So again, those of you in Goldwaite, we just got a picture in our fans group of hail up to the size of golf balls and tennis balls with this storm just southeast of Goldwaite on 183. So this thing is producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail. This storm's moving northeast slowly. So again, Goldwaite, you could be getting golf ball to tennis ball size hail with that thunderstorm. We just got that picture on our fan group. I would have happily shared that with the National Weather Service in their internal chat, but oh wait, they didn't invite us to the new one, so sorry. Okay, we've got a severe storm north of Corsicana. This thing's actually showing a bit of a hook. What? Okay, there's something interesting I didn't expect to see. We're going to take a look at this real quick. We actually do have a bit of a circulation with a supercell north of Corsicana, south of Rice, approaching Interstate 45. Also showing the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, but also a bit of a circulation. So we might have a rotating wall cloud with that. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Again, sometimes in proximity to these thunderstorm complexes, you'll see a reaction in the atmosphere where we'll see low-level wind shear increase a bit, inflow into the big cluster, which can act to locally enhance the low-level wind shear environment. I mean, we're seeing the same thing here over Irving. That's north of the outflow boundary, though, so I'm not too worried about it. But again, you can see a lot of these individual storms south of this cluster are showing supercellular characteristics, you know, hooks, even areas of rotation. So we're going to have to watch that a little carefully. That was a bit of a surprise I didn't expect to see, but yeah, a bit of rotation. Approaching Interstate 45 now, near County Road 1603, a bit north of the 45 Business 45 split-off in Corsicana. That's not even the split-off. The 287 45 split north
Texas
of Corsicana. So again,
from 1 mile south of Aledo in Parker County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
This is where I wish I had access to the live text.camera network to see what is actually going on up here. So again, that's Corsicana, a little storm with a bit of a circulation. I'm a little surprised at that, but we'll keep an eye on it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Henderson and Navarro County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Parker and Tarrant County in Texas.
Okay, so we got a severe warning for the storm north of Corsicana. That's slowly moving east, northeast, towards Rice, 7 Points, Toole, Trinidad, Currens, Roan, north of Corsicana. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now for a nasty storm that could be dropping golf ball size hail, honestly, right over Aledo. That is really not moving all that much, but it is turning right a bit towards Benbrook. We've got storms in Denton County, Collin County, Northern Dallas County, Tarrant County, Ellis County, Navarro County. All these storms could at times produce nickel to maybe golf ball size hail. Most folks, you know, P to quarters. We could see winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour at times. Let me switch back over to the terminal Doppler weather radar. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, we are seeing a bit of a wind gust now in north sides of Irving, Las Colinas, near 60 miles an hour. This would be just south of 114, east of the George Bush, north of 183. So again, could also have some hail there. We've got a hail core over Aledo producing at least quarter-size hail. That storm moving east-northeast. All these storms eventually are going to start moving east-southeast as this big old cluster catches up with it. But again, we're dealing with kind of a bimodal storm mode here. We've got big old cluster of storms. Denton County, Collin County, Fannin County, Hunt County, Northern Tarrant, Northern Dallas County. That is, in a sense, moving east, east-southeast. We've had individual supercell storms, honestly, at this point. That's kind of what these are evolving into, unfortunately. Evolving northern Navarro County, north of Corsicana, southeastern Parker, western Tarrant County. We've got those storms moving east-northeast. Okay, Aledo. I'm going to be ballsy and say this. Aledo to West Benbrook to Southwest Fort Worth. I wouldn't be shocked if we had a baseball-sized hailstone come out of this in the next few minutes. Again, let me show you why. I'm going to switch over to a mode I don't use very often, but we're very close to the radar. Let me see if this will work. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if we had a baseball-sized hailstone come out of the storm near Aledo, moving towards I-20 and I-30 in far western Tarrant County, west sides of Benbrook, southwest of White Settlement in the next 15 minutes. Reason I'm saying that is we just had a massive updraft spike with this. We're seeing aloft very, very, very impressive signatures of a nasty hail core. And yeah, so I wouldn't be shocked if we had a baseball-sized hailstone come out of this in the next, 15 minutes. Slowly moving into western Tarrant County. That's not a guarantee we're going to get hail that big. I just don't want to rule it out. So far, we've only had quarters out of this. But right now, at least aloft, this thing has some really big hail with it. Okay. Northern Navarro County, supercell, that could have golf ball size hail with it, moving towards Toole, Currens, Trinidad. This storm's only moving east at about 15, the potential for localized damaging winds. All right, let me get this set up. We got a feed from Jason Cooley. So I just need to set that up real quick. And Jason is in Coppell. We're going to be waiting for strong winds to impact his location. So again, Jason's in Coppell right now, just northeast of DFW Airport. Okay, so storm near Aledo. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if we had golf ball to maybe even baseball size hail. Maybe baseballs. I don't want to say it's doing baseballs, but some indications it's got real big hail aloft right now. We'll see if that starts to fall. So far, only quarters with that. And again, I don't expect that to be a long-duration threat. We've got storms, northern Tarrant, northern Dallas counties. We could have nickel to quarter-size hail, localized winds over 60 miles an hour, flooding rainfall. We've still got flooding rainfall in Denton County, Collin County. Maybe some localized winds over 60 miles an hour in spots. Heavy rainfall. Ooh, yeah, we got some problems up here in North Irving. Let's get back to this. Now we're seeing a microburst over Las Colinas and Irving. Now that's a problem. Now we're seeing some winds approaching 75 miles an hour at the Highway 114, Spur 348 cutoff. So Las Colinas cutoff, interchange, whatever. So again, this is going to be in Las Colinas. 114... You've got West Las Colinas Boulevard, Northwest Highway, and 114, seeing indications of winds over, unfortunately, over 75 to 80 miles an hour. I'll show you the latest scan that just came in. We've got a pocket of winds over 80 miles an hour showing up from the terminal Doppler weather radar. We're looking 150 feet above the ground, so unfortunately, we probably are seeing winds near hurricane force in Las Colinas right now, specifically southeast of the Georgia Bush, along 114 near Northwest Highway here in North Irving.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas County in Texas.
And again, we could have winds over 75 miles an hour here right now. This is live data from the terminal Doppler weather radar. That radar is located literally like 4 miles away. So these winds we're seeing are probably reaching the surface 60 to 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour off Northwest Highway, West Las Colinas Boulevard, Highway 114, southeast of the George Bush, approaching North O'Connor Road, Tom Braniff Drive, Riverside Drive. So North Irving, Las Colinas, the potential for hurricane-force winds right now in a localized pocket, south of 635, east of the George Bush, west of 35E, north of 183 for now. If that continues, that may move towards Love Field. to be honest, almost seeing some signs of a low-level circulation developing here, which would be unlikely because it's north of an outflow boundary, but we're going to have to watch it. Again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning now for Dallas County, but we told you about this a minute ago. You see, almost seeing a little bit of spin. I'm not saying we have a tornado here, I'm just kind of analyzing, but right there, a little area of spin on 114, very near Rochelle Boulevard and Highway 114. So there might be a spin-up tornado, but in all likelihood, we have very damaging straight-line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. I mean, we're seeing almost 90 miles an hour now. That is going to be Luna Road, North and Northwest Highway. So again, very strong damaging winds right now in parts of Las Colinas, moving down into North Irving towards, well, where Texas Stadium used to be. So Loop 12, 114, 183. And again, we're looking from a radar source that is literally right up the stinking road. I'll show you. The radar is literally 5 miles up the road. And we're looking at 300 feet of that. We're not even looking at 300 feet, I don't think. But again, oh, yeah, there really might be actually a spin-up tornado right here. I'm not saying it's a strong one. I'm not saying it be any stronger than the damaging straight-line winds we have. But there are indications of a circulation here in Las Colinas / North Irving.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
Whether that's just part of the damaging straight-line wind process or not, regardless, we got some nasty winds showing up now. Irving starting to spread back southwest towards the George Bush. Let me zoom out again. Anything pink like this could be winds over 60.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hutchinson and Moore County in Texas.
Is that West Texas? Okay, we got some storms approaching Amarillo. We got storms near Stinnett. We're going to look at those in a second. We'll look at all these storms in a second, but let's get through this. Could be some nasty straight-line winds. Can't completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado. Along 114 now, approaching Tom Braniff Drive. Damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. Maybe a weak tornado embedded in that. 65, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Along 183 from the George Bush now all the way over to Loop 12, up to the, well, not even the Trinity River. Trinity River is farther south, but up past, Northwest Highway. So again, winds right now showing 60 to maybe 70 miles an hour from 183 and the George Bush, 161 east to Loop 12, up 35E into Northwest Dallas. So damaging straight-line winds. And there may be a quick spin-up tornado there as well, but regardless, damaging winds, quick spin-up tornado, both are going to produce the same amount of wind damage. Okay, let's go back to the radar. Let's talk about what's going on here. We've got a storm over... Hey, how about you give me the radar data? Give me the radar data. Thank you. We got a storm northeast of Corsicana. That's clearly a well-defined supercell. That's approaching Roan. That's going to be approaching Roan, and yeah, we do have a bit of a circulation with this. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. It is moving east slowly at about 8 miles an hour, 8 to 10. Could have golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds, and yes, there is a bit of a circulation with this storm aloft. We'll keep an eye on it. We've got a storm in southwest Fort Worth. This storm still capable of producing golf ball size hail. Luckily, we haven't heard of any hail larger than quarters right now, which is good, but could still get some big hail out of this, and at some point this thing's probably going to put down a lot of damaging winds around Benbrook to Burleson to White Settlement. And again, this thing's going to bring some hail, some heavy rain, flooding into Tarrant County. This whole complex of storms from Paris to Fort Worth is slowly transitioning east-southeast. Individual storms moving more northeast. Down here, we've had tennis ball size hail from one of our fans. Thank you for that report on the Fans of Texas Storm Chasers Facebook group. south of Goldwaith earlier. We've got a supercell southwest of Buffalo. We've got a nasty supercell northeast of Corsicana, showing some rotation. We've got a storm now in Kaufman County. Cleburne, you got a storm too. So again, all those storms could have big hail. Down into Fort Stockton, y'all had softballs earlier. That storm's clear Fort Stockton. Fort Stockton is clear. We've got storms that may eventually be an issue for Sanderson. All right, let's get into the Panhandle. We've had thunderstorms finally get going. We've got a supercell west of Happy. That probably has some quarter to golf ball size hail with it, moving northeast slowly. We've got a thunderstorm over western Amarillo to Bushland. This storm's moving northeast to 25, could have half-dollar size hail at least. And again, that storm should be moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour as well. Further north, we've got a storm east of Dumas on 152. That'll be moving towards Stinnett, the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. And then we've got some other storms all the way up into Guyman, Oklahoma, into western Kansas. Storm developing southwest of Plainview. These storms in the Panhandle, we're going to have to watch for indications of low-level rotation, hail, and damaging winds. Seeing indications of winds over 60 miles an hour. Grand Prairie up the George Bush Turnpike up into Irving. Northwest Dallas, the potential for winds of 55 to 70 miles an hour. All right, let's go back to the statewide view, take a look at what we got going on. We're going to turn on the radar. We're going to turn off that thing. Thank you. So let's, again, talk about just over the last hour what we've got going on. Remnant cluster of storms last night fired up new storms in Oklahoma this morning. Those storms developed into a complex, which has, of course, made its way into, well, northeast Texas, the DFW.
Storm report from 2 miles west of Benbrook in Tarrant County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
These storms moving east-southeast about 25 miles an hour. We've had individual storms develop south of the main cluster across, well, parts of southern North Texas into the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Most of those storms are behaving. An exception would be the storm northeast of Goldwaith and the storm northeast of Corsicana. The storm northeast of Corsicana is showing indications of rotation. That could have golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Jason, I just approved a post out of Las Colinas on the fan group. You may want to share that. And yeah, Las Colinas definitely got very strong winds. Okay, so storms outside of this cluster in northeast Texas. The cluster's moving east-southeast. Individual storms south of the cluster are moving northeast. I know, it makes life fun, doesn't it? Regardless, storms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hamilton, Lampasas, and Mills County in Texas.
Are producing hail up to the size of golf balls, localized damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, and we are keeping an eye out for any low-level rotation, especially with the storm northeast of Corsicana. Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, these are just pop-up storms at this point. They're not doing anything crazy, maybe some dime to nickel size hail, localized winds at 50 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, cloud to ground lightning. Back in Fort Stockton, well, you've got your typical Fort Stockton storms. Storms may eventually make it to McCamey to Sanderson with hail, strong winds. Panhandle, we've had initiation of supercells now. The storm near Happy, southwest of Happy, seems to be the most intense storm out there right now. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. That could have an increasing tornado threat in the next hour or two as it approaches an outflow boundary. Otherwise, large hail, damaging winds are possible with these storms. Amarillo, you're about to get hit with a storm coming in from Bushland. That storm will have the potential to produce some quarter-size hail, maybe ping pongs, localized winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall. We've got storms going up west to Stinnett, not really moving all that much, but the potential for some large hail, localized damaging winds, heavy rainfall. DFW, rain's starting to move out of Denton County. Rain is starting to decrease in Collin County, but it's still pouring. We've got pouring rain in Tarrant and Dallas counties, especially northern Dallas County, and flash flooding. Yeah, likely. Even though we've had wind, we've had some hail, lightning, the flooding rain is going to be the biggest, most widespread issue out of this, probably. Let me check Encore, see how we're doing. Encore actually not doing bad at all. Only 18,500 customers without power. I say not bad because this number was like 800,000 the other day, I think. So that's good in the sense we don't have, widespread power outages. Okay, so here's what we're going to do real quick. It's 8:01. I got to visit a little boy's room real quick and refill my cup of happy caffeine. So what we're going to do really quick is we're going to take a quick break. Y'all are going to get to listen to some classic happy music. And I'll be back here in just a few minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. So give me 5 minutes and we'll be right back.
Flash flood warning has been issued for Dallas and Tarrant County in Texas.
Hi ho, back to coverage we go. It is 6:07. I've got banana bread. And it is also, again, about 6:08. Let's continue our severe weather coverage now. I don't like the fact this little robot camera thing actually tracks me when I'm bouncing up and down in this chair. We got heavy rain, storms, mischievousness, Metroplex. Yeah, I can make funny giggle of doom. So again, we've got storms, mischievousness, DFW Metroplex. We got flash flooding. We got some storms producing quarter to $half size hail. We've had some storms produce golf ball size hail. Is that Benbrook storm interacting with the outflow boundary in ways I don't want it to interact with the outflow boundary? Uh-oh. Not really an uh-oh, but some damaging winds probably. Okay, so again, let's just go back to the high-res radar. Yes, we have storms in southeast Texas. They're summer storms. They're mostly behaving. Localized heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds, small hail. We had a storm in Goldthwaite, produced tennis ball-size hail, thanks to a fan report of that. That storm's northeast of town now, moving away, kind of down 84. We've got storms Stephenville, Johnson County. We've got a supercell northeast of Corsicana doing spooky hook things with hail and strong winds. We got storms at DFW producing hail, heavy rain, localized damaging winds, lightning. We've got the typical daily daily Fort Stockton to Sanderson supercells. Sanderson, you're probably going to get hit with this one coming down 285. More flooding, more hail, more wind. Panhandle, storms quickly intensifying now. West of Amarillo, west of Canyon, west of Happy, all moving northeast to 25. If one of these becomes dominant, it's going to move more to the east. The potential for some hail, strong winds, heavy rain on I-27 right now from north of Tulia to Happy, Og, Canyon to the city of Amarillo up 287 to south of Dumas, and then we've got a little cluster approaching Stinnett with some hail and heavy rain.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hunt, Kaufman, and Rockwall County in Texas.
That's going to be for this cluster out here developing, by the way. Hey, radar, you want to load anytime soon? You just want me to make goat noises again? I can make the goat noises, but I don't think anyone wants me to make goat noises. Thank you. So again, yeah, ooh, nice little Boeing structure out here. The which way the wind? Yeah, could have some localized damaging winds. Forney to west of Quinlan on 276. Pouring rain in Roy City to Rockwall to Heath. Again, all this cluster is going to keep moving southeast into the Arklatex, East Texas this evening. Back in North Texas, the reason I was like, ooh, spooky, was this little hook echo near Benbrook. This supercell's interacting with an outflow boundary. Again, let me show you the which way the wind's blowing mode. We don't have strong rotation here, so let me be clear. We should not have a tornado. It just has the spooky how hard it's raining mode look to it. So I was like, ooh, just because a storm has a hook.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was actually really concerned that was this for a second. I was going to be like, oh, I ate my words real quick. So again, this storm near Benbrook, just because a storm has a hook doesn't mean it's, tornadic. A lot more goes into determining a storm's potential to produce a tornado than, a hook echo. Clearly having a hook is a, maybe I'll take a closer look at this storm. But the which way the wind's blowing mode, again, very weak rotation here. Probably more likely to produce damaging winds. It also helps the radar is literally 5 miles down the road again. So if something were to happen, we'd know about it pretty darn quick. Okay. Hailing big in Benbrook. All right, folks, thank you for the hail reports, by the way. But if you would be so kind as to give us a size when you report hail, that would be much appreciated. Related to something like a object, a quarter, a golf ball, a baseball, a softball, a quarter, a nickel, a dime, apples, oranges, Sonic Ice. Thank you kindly. All right, let's go look at the tornado warning. Again, this is going to be for the storm that is in the middle of nowhere, west of Sanderson. Yeah, eventually this could be an issue for Sanderson. But the storm's also moving at 10 miles an hour, and it's still 25 to 30 miles away.
Storm warning has been issued for Erath County in Texas.
But again, yeah, the storm way out in the middle of no man's land, northwest of Sanderson. Yeah, it's spinning. It's probably got a tornado down here. But again, it would be over nowhere. Winds moving away towards the radar at 80, winds moving away at about 40. Again, this is, if this actually gets near Sanderson, we'll talk about it. But I'm pretty sure there is zilch, zero, nada to nearly no one out in this specific area. I'll even see if I can put road names on here. We'll see. Nope. No sorry, Bob. And even if there was someone out here, I am pretty sure there isn't a cell phone signal unless you're using satellite. So, good luck. All right, let's go back to the statewide view. And again, that may be an issue for Sanderson at like 8 o'clock, and if it is, we'll talk about it. Back to the Metroplex we go. Where we'll end up, who knows, but I have banana bread. That makes me happy. Yes, I'm sure you all care about me and my banana bread. All right, let's go back to the loop-de-loopter mode. Let me turn off the road indicator here. And again, if you're wondering about what's going on near you, what you can expect tonight, well, I have some good news.
Report from 3 miles east of Flower Mound in Denton County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, M reports several vehicles stranded and stuck in high water in several locations in Flower Mound. All occupants are out of the vehicles.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know we have to go through this routine at least once a day when there's a raindrop in the sky. But let's talk about it again. Do not drive into the high water, please, even if other cars are.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Because even if you don't care about the turn around, don't drown, here's a different one. Turn around, don't drown, or total out your car. Cars are expensive. Water and cars do not mix, especially in today's era where cars are mostly technology with a little mechanical ability built in. Even then, my 20-year-old 4Runner, even though it is much more mechanical than electronic, would not enjoy being flooded. So, no. Okay, Metroplex, back to the radar loop we go. And again, these storms now mostly in Tarrant, Dallas, Rockwall, Kaufman, Hunt counties. We'll put on a loop so you can see what's going on. First off, that storm northeast of Corsicana, that's a cute supercell. That could be producing some strong winds. Oh, of course, now the dog wants to get out. Can you open the door by yourself? No, you don't have thumbs.
Carson, Moore, and Potter County in Texas.
Go get it. Merry Christmas. Oh, you're not even going to him. You just want to go out the front door. Hi, camera. So, 1, I have PJ pants on. Don't judge. 2, storms in Kaufman County. May have some golf ball size hail, apparently. Is that what they're saying? Quarter to golf ball? Fun. Winds over 60 and heavy rain. As you can see, these storms in the Metroplex, it's storming. It's pouring. And it's flooding. It's flooding real quick. Notice that outflow boundary, that green little line right here, continues to move south. That's helping spark off more storms. These storms, generally, are moving southeast. This big old complex organizing in northeast Texas, east Texas, the Arklatex, is going to move into places like Mount Pleasant, Tyler, Longview, Gilmer, Pittsburgh, Texarkana, Bogota, Clarksville, Marshall, Atlanta, Jefferson, Pittsburgh, Gilmer, Mineola, Quitman, Emory, Quinlan. Guess what? Y'all could have a severe weather threat this evening with damaging winds. Yes, more trees getting knocked over on things, unfortunately. More power outages, hail, heavy rainfall, and some flooding. That's what we have underway right now in the DFW Metroplex. We have storms producing heavy rain, strong winds in spots, some dime to quarter to, at times, golf ball size hail, and heavy rain with flooding. Flooding is going to be the most widespread issue with this in the Metroplex. Probably into northeast Texas as well, but the damaging winds are probably going to cause a ruckus as well, knocking things down. Okay, so again, this whole complex is gonna move like this. Technically, it might be moving more east, but we'll just do this for the sake of my simplicity. It's gonna storm tonight, with the strongest storms producing damaging winds, hail, heavy rainfall, lightning, flooding. And then we've got individual storms across parts of southern North Texas, one near Joshua, one near Kearns to Tool, moving towards, Enchanted Oaks, Star Harbor, Log Cabin, the reservoir. The Cedar Creek Reservoir. That storm near Kearns actually could have golf ball size hail, probably some impressive supercell structure too. It probably has a wall cloud. No tornado threat with that right now. We got a storm southwest of Stephenville and Erath County. That might have some quarter size hail, localized winds over 55 miles an hour, some heavy rainfall. And then the storm east of Goldwaith near Center City and Star is weakening, but that produced tennis ball size hail back in Goldwaith earlier. Or at least close to Goldwaith. It wouldn't shock me if it was just southeast of town, but... Alright, let's see. Do we have any new posts? Yes, we do. Got to approve them. Alright, so it is 6:20 on the 2nd of June. 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We got some storms we're dealing with at the moment in North Texas, Northeast Texas, the Big Bend. I have broken the radar program. Please stand by while I reset it and hopefully do not cry. So again, let's talk about what we've got going on. Thunderstorm complex. Northeast Texas, North Texas, moving southeast into the Arklatex. East Texas, strongest storms have damaging winds, pocket change size hail, heavy rainfall with flooding. We've got some isolated scattered storms, southern North Texas into the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Some of those storms, especially southern North Texas, are producing hail. Heavy rain, lightning. Southeast Texas storms, mostly just summer-like storms. We've got storms at the Big Bend. That could be an issue for Sanderson by 7:30 p.m. And we got some isolated severe storms along I-27 and 287 in the Texas Panhandle. The strongest of those could eventually produce large hail, localized damaging winds, heavy rainfall. Not totally out of the question we see a tornado, but to be honest, not really all that impressed with it right now either. All right, let's see if this is going to work or not. It probably will in just a second. I just have to update it and reset the crop. I'm not going to lie, I don't know why it looks like that, but I'll just fix it real quick trying this. That's all I'm getting for some reason on that, off the NDI. Interesting. But yeah, we've got meteorologist Trey Greenwood. He is in Happy, Texas, out in West Texas in the Panhandle. Keeping an eye on these storms across West Texas. We'll keep an eye out for him and reports from him. We've also got storm chaser Blake Brown. En route to that storm.
Texas local storm report from 1 miles west of Happy in Swisher County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, Dime, 0.75 inches.
Okay. And there's the view from meteorologist Trey Greenwood. I'm glad that wasn't on my end for once. I assumed it was, if it makes you feel better. This is from meteorologist Trey Greenwood about 8 to 10 minutes ago. A supercell near Happy, Texas on I-27.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Swisher County in Texas.
It's the base. It's your hail precip core. Out here, this is where your air is being ingested up into the updraft of the storm. It's still kind of high base, but it's getting a little lower. We'll keep an eye out over the next while for indications of increasing low-level rotation. But for now, again, here's what it looks like. Storms are severe with hail. They're still trying to organize. We'll see if that happy storm turns southeast. If it does, that might be game on for it. All right, back out we go to the Metroplex. Ho, ho, ho. A line of storms extends from, pretty much at this point, Clarksville, Bogota, Cooper, Commerce, Cache, Greenville, Terrell, Forney, to downtown Dallas, Arlington,
Texas
to Crowley and Burleson.
West of Happy in Swisher County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
Again, this whole line is going to start moving southeast from Clarksville to, what is that? Sulphur Springs to Terrell, back west to Fort Worth. So those of you in Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, East Texas, Texarkana to Clarksville, Dallas to Shreveport, Corsicana to Nacogdoches to Hemphill, even Lufkin, really. Y'all may begin a line of nasty storms again this evening. I know, welcome to the party, right? More damaging winds, more heavy rain, more flood, and more lightning, more stuff trying to get knocked over with the trees, all that. But, yeah. So again, Metroplex, you're flooding. Even once the rain stops, it's going to take a little while for all the water to drain off again. And then, well, all the creeks are going to go into flood probably, and then we'll have the lakes rise another few feet. Back in the Panhandle, we've got storms increasing. Those will eventually try to grow upscale into our next cluster, which then could move into parts of Oklahoma, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, and North Texas late tonight into tomorrow morning. We're going to have to see.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong, Carson, Gray, Potter, and Randall County in Texas.
And for what it's worth, on the backside of these departing storms in North Texas, we may have what's called a wake low. It's just sinking air on the backside of the storms right after the rain stops or as the rain's stopping. Those winds could be up to 50 to 60 miles an hour, too, coming out of the southeast. So if that's what happens and you end up dealing with a bunch of wind on the backside of the storms, it's called a wake low. We've dealt with it a couple times over the last week. It's pretty common in summer-like environments, but again, it may get a wee bit windy in spots. And again, that's called a wake low. All right, otherwise, again, we know most of these storms in Northeast Texas are not considered severe right now. Hi, dog. Did you decide to make the blanket your new bed? What are you doing? Why don't you go lay in your bed? Hi. You want to go? Oh. Hey, my mic's not working. Oh, nope, mic's working. It just blocked out all the sound from the dog. She's mad. Yep. Yeah, you good girl. Come here for pets. Yeah, you're a good girl. Go back to sleep. Yeah, you're very soft. Go back to sleep. All right, so again, storms. Fort Worth, Arlington, Crowley, Mansfield, Irving, Grand Prairie, Dallas, Rockwall, Kaufman, Terrell, Tawakoni, Greenville, Sulphur Springs, Bogota, Cooper, Clarksville. Move it southeast about 25 to 35 miles an hour, generally. Strongest storms could have strong winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, heavy rain, and flash flooding. Oh, and lightning. Yeah, you're the cutest thing ever. Anyway, we'll see if she gets mad at me ignoring her now. So again, and these storms probably going to continue into the Arklatex, East Texas. Notice these storms in northeast Texas aren't severe right now. They could have maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds, some heavy rain, some hail, or she's just going to tear the blanket up. That's great. But some of these storms may continue producing damaging winds until they move into Louisiana in several hours. Flash flooding? Yes.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Hunt, Kaufman, and Rockwall County in Texas.
She is so mad. All right, zooming back out. Otherwise, you can see, yeah, we have a few storms underway in southern North Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. These storms capable of producing, some localized gusty winds, some heavy rain, pocket change size hail, etc. Strongest storm, Stephenville, you've got one going up over you again, so more lightning, rain, maybe a bit of hail. We have one over Copperell, northeast of Morgan, southwest of Blum. And then the storm north of Kearns moving due east over Cedar Creek Reservoir, shortly towards Toole, Enchanted Oak, Star Harbor, Malakoff, Log Cabin, Payne Springs, Eustis, and the city of Athens over the next 45 minutes with the potential of heavy rain, hail, localized gusty winds. All right, let's go talk about the Panhandle. We've got storms up here to deal with now, too. We've got a cluster or a broken line now from west of Borger all the way to, Stinnett, to the city of Amarillo down I-27 towards Happy. It's this Happy storm we're going to have to keep the closest eye on, I think. This one does seem to be starting to show some increased organization, some increased supercellular organization. We could have heavy rain and a small hail in Amarillo shortly, maybe quarter size. But it's this Happy storm we're going to have to watch for signs of higher-end severe weather, I think, over at least the next hour. We'll switch over. We'll take a look at the radar data. I just have to actually press the radar button without drawing on it. And again, what you're going to see here once the, radar data pops up over the river and through the woods. I did not mean to draw that. Here we go. It'll be okay. Let's press the buttons. You can see the storm over Happy. Pretty good hail core. East of, or on 27 now from Happy northeast towards State Park. And then we've got these storms up in Amarillo to Lake Tanglewood. We've also got a storm going up southwest of Plainview. We're going to have to watch. That storm could become a supercell. And again, we're just keeping an eye on all these storms. But again, DFW, we've got storms continuing to move through with strong winds, heavy rain, some hail. But overall, they're weaker now than they were earlier in the Metroplex, but they're still producing heavy rain. The strongest section of these storms actually now does seem to be in portions of Hunt and Kaufman counties, moving towards Rains County, Van Zant County. That's kind of where we have our new apex here, or the leading edge of the bow. We've also got storms that are behaving, Cooper up to Clarksville, and all these, again, are going to be moving east-southeast this evening at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a 10-minute break, let you listen to some happy music, and we'll be back at 6:40 p.m., sooner if necessary, with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device. You've got your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars. If you click on the More button and click Zoom Radar, there's a second radar there too. We've got live severe weather coverage, daily Texas weather roundups, and storm chasing videos. So head on over to the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and, of course, our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And we'll be back here in 8 minutes or sooner if necessary with your next severe weather update.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hunt, Rains, and Van Zandt County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to yet another episode of the continuing saga of Mother Nature being really unhappy with us over the last 6 weeks. That new tornado warning, by the way, is way down here, Pecos County, in the Big Bend. This is a tornado warning for areas northwest of the city of Sanderson, but this storm is moving towards Sanderson. So Sanderson, like yesterday, you may end up having some issues, except this one may actually come in from the northwest and hit you, versus passing just east of you.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
This storm does show very strong rotation with it, but we're also looking way up in the atmosphere. I mean, the radar's, 100 miles away, we're looking 30,000 feet, but still, this thing could easily pump out baseball-sized hail, winds over 80 miles an hour, and maybe a tornado. And yes, it is moving southeast towards the city of Sanderson at 20 miles an hour, meaning at its present course and speed, this storm would be near Sanderson by, well, here, making me do math and figure this out. Hold on, let's go from where Stormy is now. The Stormy is 14 miles northwest of Sanderson, so it's about still 30 to 45 to maybe 50 minutes away from the city of Sanderson, meaning those of you in Sanderson, you may have a problem by 7:30 with the potential for destructive hail, hurricane-force winds, and perhaps a tornado. All right, let's go back up and take a look what's going on in the Panhandle. Broken line of storms. Now, this storm near Stinnett has definitely gone supercellular. This thing's got an attitude now. This thing went from to, in the hail department, tennis balls to baseballs probably, and this storm is on a beeline to impact the city of Stinnett. Watching carefully, this is behind an outflow boundary, but notice it does appear to have some sort of
storm report from 6 miles east-northeast of Amarillo.
It's like the car GPS that never stops.
Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 61 miles per hour. Reported by ISOS.
Okay, so those of you in Stinnett, the potential for baseball-sized hail, localized damaging winds over the next 30 to 40 minutes. We'll keep an eye on this storm, just in case it does latch onto a boundary. The threat of tornadoes is not zero, but no indications of a tornado right now. But Stinnett, heads up, potential for baseball-sized hail. Storm over Amarillo, east sides of Amarillo, moving towards Claude and Panhandle. Could have strong winds. Ooh, disco ball time. Heavy rain. That storm moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Rather quiet. Oh, very well, sir. They were rather quiet. I don't know why, but it's It's probably just going to blow up my computer. And again, Amarillo, Lake Tanglewood, east of Canyon, the state park, moving up towards Panhandle, White Deer, storm with heavy rain, hail, etc. Storm east of Happy really has not taken off yet. It's struggle busing, but it's still here. We're going to keep an eye on it just in case because it's in a relatively favorable environment for severe weather. So we're going to have to watch. And then north of Hale Center to just southwest of Plainview, we've got storms trying to go up. We're going to have to watch these carefully as well. They're not moving very quick, but do have the potential of producing damaging winds, hail, heavy rain. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Tornado watch is in effect out here until... Oh, I suppose it'd be good for me to know that. Oh, that was an interesting button. Let's never press that again. Tornado watch is in effect out here until... Thank you. 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Oh, by the way, severe thunderstorm watch is in effect for portions of north central Texas and northeast Texas and east Texas until midnight. Happy birthday. All right, back to this we go. Where we'll end up, well, who knows. We got a line of storms at this point from Clarksville to Bogota to Taco. These are now severe, capable of producing damaging straight line winds of 60 miles per hour and nickel-size hail. Moving east at 40. So Avery, eventually DeKalb, Naples, New Boston, Boston, Leary, Maud. You know the drill. Line of storms coming in from the west, damaging winds, all that. We got storms. This one from Point to East Waukene, Wills Point. Pretty nasty wind. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter to $half size hail. Storms moving off to the east at about, well, they say 15. I'm going to say it's closer to 35 to 40 miles an hour. And again, the potential for damaging winds, heavy rain, some hail. Back in Kaufman County, storms may have some gusty winds, small hail, heavy rainfall. Storm northeast occurrence is weakening as it approaches the Cedar Creek Reservoir. That's good. And then we still got heavy rain from pretty much Mesquite to downtown Dallas to Cockrell Hill to Duncanville to Cedar Hill, Joe Lake down to Mansfield, Burleson. Well, my sister's probably mad it's raining on her. Sorry. Kind of, not really. But we also have winds maybe 45 miles an hour approaching Highway 67 from Godley to Cleburne to Kane, up 67 to Alvarado to 35W. All right, so... Oh, and then Stephenville, just because y'all wanted to have fun, you get more storms around you. We have an intruder in the house. Who could it be? It's just Mom. Cece, go attack. And then these storms around Stephenville, capable of some quarter-size hail. Let's go take a look at southeast Texas. These storms, fortunately, are behaving. These are just pop-ups. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail. We got a little bit of small hail, maybe nickels from Dibble to Zavala. These storms slowly moving northeast. Heavy rainfall all the way down to Jasper, Kirbyville. Again, these are more like summertime pop-ups. They don't move very fast. They don't typically last very long, but they produce heavy rain, gusty winds, small hail, enough lightning to make you wonder why you'd stand outside in such an atrocity. Down into the Big Bend we go. A severe storm moving towards Sanderson with ho-ho size hail? Ho-ho? Yeah, I don't know. Yep, I don't know where I was going with that, but we'll just go with that. So again, severe storm about, let's say, 13 miles northwest of Sanderson, moving southeast towards Sanderson with the potential of really big hail, really strong winds, and a tornado. All right, let's take a look. Meteorologist Trey Greenwood. This is the storm near Happy a few minutes ago. That's one of the storms on I-27 we were talking about. It does actually look like it is starting to intensify now. This is the rain-free base. You can see organized supercell structure. This is all inflow band, and then all this air is being sucked up into the updraft, or the base of this thunderstorm, the rain-free base. You can see back here we've got the hail core. So I assume they're looking from south to north or from southeast to northwest. I'm dyslexic. I don't really know, to tell you the truth. But again, that is the Happy supercell. We have meteorologist Trey Greenwood, Storm Chaser Blake Brown. I don't know if Brett Wright's on this storm or not. I don't know if he's there in Kansas. Oh, Spaghetti-O! I hit the button that broke everything. Now, hi, Steven. How's life? Yeah, I broke the thing. Yeah, I had to restart it, but yeah, I'm live. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're wondering on YouTube why we have streams that we set up manually now, it's so that when this little boo-boo happens, it doesn't completely just end a stream. Those of you watching on Facebook, X, whatever, y'all aren't so lucky right now, unfortunately. It kind of takes time to do all that. But again, this is the Supercell near Happy, Texas on Interstate 27. Let's see if I hit this button, if it'll let me go back without breaking everything. To be fair, it's not even... my keypad's not even working with that, so we'll hit the button manually. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please be nice to me. If you crash and blow up, at least make it fun. Look, we're back. All right, so there's going to be a severe thunderstorm again near Happy. This storm looked like waste. Pick your word. Donkey doo-doo. About 10 minutes ago, and now it has gone from to... ooh, in the intensity department. We'll have to watch it closely for signs of intensification and the potential to go tornadic over the next hour as it begins to slowly move east, southeast. All right. So let's press some buttons. That's not what I wanted to press. Note to self, I need to enable this to actually use the graphics card versus the CPU next time. I'll look at that. All right, press that. Press that. So again, it is 6:51. We've actually been live for a couple hours now, minus that little interlude caused by me crashing a computer thing. We got the storms moving across northeast Texas, North Texas. Those are moving east-southeast about 30 to 45 miles an hour. Those of you in the DFW Metroplex, if you were to look skyward, you would see Mamatis. Mr. Yason! If you do that, I will show it. I might actually be able to see it off this. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can see it off this camera. Yeah, you can see the Mamatis there. The bubbly clouds. That's caused by, well, in this case, the backside of the storm. There you go. There's some nice Mamatis there from near DFW International Airport. Back to this we go. And okay, now I think I fixed the setting. And if not, well, we're going to find out. It actually takes quite a bit to max out the CPU usage on a i9-14900K, but I seem to be managing it. It's very interesting. I'm going to have to look into this and see why. Interesting. But again, it is now coming up to 6:55. Let's take a look at Mamatis. This is going to be out of the DFW Metroplex. Switch it to the correct cam. There you go. You can see impressive Mamatis showing from near DFW Airport. This is for those of you in the DFW Metroplex. Mamatis typically just indicates some more stable air on the underside of a thunderstorm anvil or upper level clouds. So in this case, caused by cloud debris from some of the supercells down southwest of the Metroplex, moving northeast into the Metroplex. Back to the radar.
County in Texas.
There you go. At least you can hear that. I unmuted it. But again, we've got a complex of storms, northeast Texas, eastern North Texas. Some of these are capable of producing localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Most are not. Most are producing maybe 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, some locally heavy rainfall, and the potential for some flooding and lightning. Moving east, southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. So those of you in northeast Texas, east Texas, it's going to storm. You can actually see some of these storms in southeast Texas have managed to start moving northeast more quickly, likely starting to get drawn up into the inflow of this mesoscale convective system. So, yeah, it's going to rain. East Texas, northeast Texas. That's the clear, well-established thought I'm trying to give here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Swisher County in Texas.
Sanderson County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong and Randall County in Texas.
Sanderson. City of Sanderson. Storms coming in town by 7:30. Large hail damaging winds. Can't rule out a tornado. We've got a pretty angry looking thunderstorm over the north sides of Lake Whitney towards Blum with hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Smith, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
Is this on the right thing? Interesting. Okay. I can fix that on my end. All right. What do I need to press to? I'm trying to turn the volume down on this thing so I can turn it up for y'all. Oh, why do I have to go through 50 settings for this? I hate technology. I can't even find the volume setting on here. That's just pretty funny. I feel like an old man trying to figure this out. This is why I don't get cookies. No cookies for Baldy. There we go. All right, so I'm just going to turn that down quite a bit. So I have to turn it up on the computer, and that means y'all will be able to hear it a lot better. Although, truth be told, may or may not blow your speakers out. We'll see. All right, that's better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy birthday. So again, Sanderson, City of Sanderson, Highway 90 in the Big Bend. The potential for damaging winds, large hail, heavy rain, maybe a tornado in town by 7:30 coming in from the northwest. Panhandle, we've got scattered supercell thunderstorms now underway. We've got a storm. Okay, that wasn't the report I expected to see. We got a storm coming up to Stinnett, northwest of Borger, moving closer southeast now, honestly. This storm, the potential for large hail, localized damaging wind gusts. Can't completely rule out a tornado north of Fritch, and then on the reservoir north of Fritch, or the lake. We'll have to keep an eye on that storm. We've got a supercell moving towards Washburn, St. Francis, to the Amarillo Airport. That actually does look like a pretty classic supercell. We just can't see it easily because it's sitting on the radar, but you can see how that storm kind of gnawed on everything else around it, and now it's taking hold of its dominant environment. Supercell now east of Happy, moving towards Vigo Park. That could have golf ball size hail, winds of 60. And we'll keep an eye on all these storms for increasing indications of low-level rotation over the next, 30 to 60 minutes, with the potential... Yeah, was that loud enough for y'all?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Hill, and Johnson County in Texas.
Hey, Jason, was that loud enough for you, bud? All right, so that's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning back on the storm we were talking about down here that has the chance for some hail. All right, so now that we talked about where storms are going, let's go back into the whole nowcast mode. I might have to restart this radar. I will real quick. All right, so this is going to be a severe thunderstorm. Rio Vista, left split, supercell moving northeast. Right split over Lake Whitney, north sides of Lake Whitney. That's going to move more east, southeast. Hey, Rhodes, you want to pop up? Thank you kindly. The storm capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Localized wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain and probably shooting out an abhorrently obnoxious amount of lightning. Kind of me and my little giggly laugh / randomized comments. Alright, press that, press that. Let's turn the storm tracks back on and see if they're going to make me regret doing that. Man, the Mamata show in DFW is going impressive. Let's take a quick look at that again. That's not what I meant to press. That is. So there you go. You can see the Mamatis across DFW. Impressive view there. Will admit, I don't know why it is that large. There we go. That's a lot better.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ellis and Johnson County in Texas.
Oh, great. Why? Oh, because there's a supercell trying to produce golf ball size hail over Alvarado, Lillian, and Venus. Wonderful. Let's get back to it, I guess. Southern DFW, congratulations. It's your time to have fun. Severe storm 67, Alvarado to Venus, Lillian moving southeast to east at about 25. Potential for damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Storm moving east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Storm over Blum, north side to Lake Whitney, moving towards Covington. Second storm over Rio Vista, capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. Those are slowly moving northeast for now. That outflow boundary from Cleburne to Grandview will hit those storms in a minute and may turn them southeast. We have severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for most of the squall line from the Red River to Cab all the way down to include places like Quitman, Mineola, Lindale, the city of Tyler. We'll switch over to the wind mode, and yes, we're starting to see a damaging wind signature evolve again from the Shreveport radar. So moving east at 40, moving east at 40. I can put a storm track on this. We'll see how well it looks. It may just look like utter doo-doo, but that's okay. All right, I'm going to set this out 120 minutes. There we go. Moving east at 40. So again, this would be in the city of Tyler, 745, Lindale, 730, Mineola, 715, Pittsburgh, 715 to 720, DeKalb, 710 to 715, Texarkana, 755 to 8 p.m.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
All right, that tornado warning will include the city of Sanderson, Terrell County, not the city. Terrell County in the Big Bend. Edom, 725, Bullard, 8 p.m., Tatum, 8:35, Marshall, about 8:30, Longview, 8:15, Jefferson, 8:05 to 8:10, Atlanta, Texas, 8 p.m.-ish, Avenger, about 7:50, Ore City, 7:45, Naples, well, the next 15 minutes, Henderson, about 8:35, Troop, about 8:15, White House, about 7:55 to 8, 7:50 for Tyler, about 7:55 for Frankston. All right, let's go talk about the tornado warning we have now. It's going to be a tornado warning for Terrell County, not the city, the county. This will include the city of Sanderson. A thunderstorm capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. Straight line winds over 80 miles an hour. The potential for a rain-wrapped tornado will move into the city of Sanderson in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Those of you in Sanderson, Highway 90 in the Big Bend, take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. Again, this thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. Softball size hail, destructive winds over 80 miles an hour, and we'll be in the city of Sanderson in the next 10 to 20 minutes. So those of you in Sanderson need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. hard sole shoes, and a helmet. Hard sole shoes are so if you have to walk on things like nails or debris, you don't injure your feet. The helmets are for if something flies at you, you have a better chance of surviving it without, dying. Helmets really, even bicycle helmets, have good protection against flying debris. And that was, a study done back after the super outbreak of 2011. Starting to see increasing rotation now. North of Fritch, west of Sanford, northwest of Borger. We'll go take a look at the Panhandle storm. So again, those of you in Sanderson, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Mr. Cooley, if you're listening, I'm going to turn the feeds back on for the other thingy-majiggies. If I can pull it up. Technology and I just don't get along. All right. All right, we'll see if it goes out on the face bag or not. All right, so we are back live. This is going to be a tornado warning now for the city of Sanderson in Terrell County, Texas. Terrell County is in the Big Bend, not the city of Terrell in Kaufman County. Terrell County in the Big Bend. City of Sanderson, a thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes, softball-sized hail, destructive hurricane-force winds over 80 miles per hour, moving into the city of Sanderson from the northwest in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Those of you in Sanderson, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes are for if you have to walk on tornado debris, you're fine. And the helmets are for if you get hit with debris, you have a better chance of making it through without a big issue. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning now for Sanderson, the city of Sanderson in Terrell County, Texas. Terrell County in the Big Bend, not the city of Terrell. And again, those of you in Sanderson, including Highway 90, need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thunderstorm will have the potential of producing softball-sized hail, hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour, and a tornado in the city of Sanderson in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So those of you in Sanderson, heads up, be in a safe place. All right, let's go to the Panhandle. First off, we do have a storm developing now, just north of Midland, Odessa. We'll watch that. If the stupid storm decides to turn east or southeast and bring another round of hail to Midland, you can see the latest scan. It went from really quick. So, yeah, that was my scientific, descriptor. It's been 6 weeks. At some point, I'm going to go crazy and just start talking like a toddler on here. Storm east of Plainview, Highway 70, maybe some small hail. Storm near Happy, east of Happy, is going gun-ho. This thing may become a tornado threat in the next hour. Threat for hail is increasing. The potential for tennis ball-sized hail now. This is going to be moving east towards Vigo Park and Highway, what is that? 207. Pretty much north of Silverton, south of Claude. And again, this could be dropping some really big hail. Moving towards Vigo Park, otherwise northern portions of Briscoe County. If it turns right, it could end up being an issue for the city of Silverton. And again, this thing could go tornadic in the next hour. Storm east of Amarillo now. Supercell right over the airport up Highway 60, moving towards Panhandle. Maybe if it turns east, it's going to move towards Conway. The potential for golf ball size hail, localized winds over 60 miles an hour. This storm has turned right. It was moving northeast towards Stinnett. It's moving southeast now off the lake north of Fritch towards Borger. This storm could produce baseball-sized hail and now a tornado. So this is going to be a tornado warning, which means the computer's going to go.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hutchinson and Moore County in Texas.
All right, those of you in Hutchinson and Moore counties, this is going to be a tornado warning in the Panhandle of Texas. This tornado warning does include Fritch, Sanford. It runs almost to Borger. Borger, this is going to be a problem for you eventually. This does also include Lake Meredith around Fritch and Sanford.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Little River County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Bowie, Camp, Cass, Franklin, Morris, Red River, Titus, and Wood County in Texas.
Yeah, I was hoping someone could get a video grab of that. But again, those of you in Sanford, Fritch, and eventually Borger, this is a supercell capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail and a tornado. Potential for a water spout near Lake Meredith Estates. So Lake Meredith Estates, Sanford to Fritch. Need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Which means most of you are just going to go look outside and be like, oh, there's a water spout over the north sides of Lake Meredith. Eventually, that's going to move onshore and potentially become a tornado in, Lake Meredith Estates in Sanford. You can see pretty good circulation here over the north sides of Lake Meredith. It's not super strong, but it is certainly there, present, and accounted for. We got winds moving away from the Amarillo radar about 55 miles an hour. And we got winds moving towards the Amarillo radar at about 30, so about an 80-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate couplet over the north side of Lake Meredith. And again, clear-cut, well-defined hook echo. Moving off to the east-southeast, this thing isn't moving very quickly, but it is moving southeast slowly at, maybe 15 miles an hour towards Borger. Oh, 10 miles an hour, even better. So it's about to hail. Lake Meredith Estates up to Sanford. You get the hail. Those of you in Lake Meredith Estates to Fritch, you have to deal with the tornado issue, and Borger, so do you eventually. This severe storm over East Amarillo, past the airport, moving up towards Panhandle from St. Francis. That could be some really big hail. Could be golf balls at least. And as we continue south to Happy, this supercell now east of Happy, northeast of Tolia, in northern Swisher County, moving towards Vigo Park, will have an increasing threat of becoming tornadic over the next half hour. As it stands now, it could have baseball-size hail. Yes, Jason, I can ingest them fine. Just let me know.
A tornado was just reported as of 7:13.
Okay. Let's, I can ingest them.
West of Sanford.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a confirmed tornado now. This is going to be over the northern sides of the Lake Meredith Reservoir. This is going to move onshore. Those of you in the Sanford Yake Campground, the Cedar Canyon Campground, the Fritch Fortress Campground to Lake Meredith Estates. Hey, same situation as we dealt with Lake Ray Roberts 8 days ago. We don't want folks getting lofted by this thing. So again, this is now a confirmed tornado. This will be moving onshore from the Meredith Lake, moving into Lake Meredith Estates, a bunch of campgrounds. So y'all need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, in a sturdy site-built structure. That is not going to be in an RV, a camp tent, a camper, a vehicle. And look, folks, I'll be honest. If you're up here, there is probably a 1 in 3 chance. I mean, you can probably just drive south a mile and be fine. But again, this is going to be an issue for the city of Sanford, Lake Meredith Estates, and eventually the city of Borger. This storm could have baseball-size hail, damaging winds, and we do have a tornado in progress now with this thunderstorm on Lake Meredith. So that would be a water spout, but a tornadic water spout. Once it moves onshore, it's going to be a tornado. So that storm, and these could keep producing tornadoes for a while. I'm not saying we're going to have long track tornadoes, but they may keep putting them down for a while. We've got a wall cloud reported northeast of Tulia now with this storm. Notice how we have a boundary right here. I'm a little worried. If this is latched onto this boundary, this could also go tornadic in the next 30 to 60 minutes. So those of you northeast of Tulia, southeast of Happy, near Vigo Park, northwest of Silverton, heads up in northern Swisher County, this storm has the potential to go tornadic as well. So we've got a confirmed tornado on Lake Meredith, and we've got a storm capable of producing a tornado moving into the city of Sanderson. That's what we call a bounded weak echo region right here. We're looking really high up here. The closest radar is in Midland. But again, this is a bounded weak echo region. The area of rotation, the mesocyclone, is essentially using some centrifugal force to push the hail and the rain outside of the main updraft circulation. So the which way the wind's blowing mode, yeah, you can see strong rotation. This is called a bounded weak echo region. It's just essentially where the mesocyclone is rotating so strongly, the rain is being centrifugally forced outside of that area, and you get an area of lower reflectivity. Bounded weak echo region. So again, those of you in Sanderson, you're going to take this on the chin. Be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Helmet. And again, you are probably going to begin hail and damaging winds, even if there's not a tornado. If there's a tornado, there's a good chance it's rain-wrapped. All right, let's go back. We got a storm northwest of Midland, northeast of Odessa. That may start putting down hail. Hopefully that'll stay north of the cities. Back into North Texas we go. We've got a storm near Hiko. That could have some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. We've got storms. One, southern Johnson County near Rio Vista to Cleburne, moving towards Grandview and Alvarado. We've got a supercell over Venus, moving southeast. What the heck is going on here? I am really tired of these stinking mesoscale convective systems making a mess of these forecasts. This was not on the bingo card. Yeah, I'm just as tired of it as y'all are. You guys might think, oh, they love weather. Yeah, but not for 6 weeks straight. Come on now. I want to go to the beach. All right, so let's talk about it. We've got this storm in southern Ellis moving towards, it's right on the Johnson-Ellis County line, moving towards northern Hill County. That storm, the potential for damaging straight line winds, the potential for maybe quarter to golf ball size hail moving down FM 157 towards Maypearl. From Venus, we've got a storm near Blum over 1207. That's going to be moving towards Covington, Itasca, north sides of Hillsborough, slowly. We've got a storm over Rio Vista to Cleburne. Really, you could consider it one, just blah, but there's two storms. Cleburne to Rio Vista, storm 1, storm 2, Blum to Covington. Both storms, hail, quarter size, localized damaging winds, heavy rain, flooding, moving east-northeast for now. Yes, I know, it's a pain in the butt. One storm over Venus, moving southeast towards Maypearl. 2 storms, Cleburne to Rio Vista and Covington to Blum, moving east-northeast towards Grandview, Itasca, Alvarado. Isn't it fun? And all these could have hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall. All right. I'm going to try this, and if it crashes the computer, I'll just smile and wave and say hooray, for it's a Monday, yippee-yay. It's not Monday, but it might as well be. All right, so at least I know that'll be ready. Magic birthday time. All right, so East Texas, Northeast Texas. Y'all get severe thunderstorm warnings at the wazoo. Look, the squall line's got an attitude. That's just great. So we got a line of severe storms now. Line extends from DeKalb to Mount Pleasant, to Newsom to Mineola, to Canton to Athens. Line is moving east at about 35 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds of 50 to 65 miles an hour. Heavy rainfall. The potential for maybe a bit of hail. And again, this whole line is moving from west to east about 35. I'll put the loop on here. I'll knock it back. I'll knock the satellite data off because it is getting closer to sunset.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Henderson County in Texas.
Yay. Stop it!
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster and Pecos County in Texas.
All right, so again, line of storms, northeast Texas, moving east 35 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds, hail, heavy rainfall, and flooding because...
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Jasper and Newton County in Texas.
Oh, welcome to caffeine. All right, so again, cluster of storms, northeast Texas, east Texas, moving east at 35. That supercell east of Happy just split. Oh boy, that could be a problem. So again, places like Tyler, pretty much, let's just do this. Athens to Jacksonville to Mount Enterprise to Logansport. North into the Arklatex, you have the opportunity for damaging winds, pocket change size hail, heavy rain over the next 1 to 2 hours. We got storms farther south from Jasper to Dibble. Those have heavy rain. Notice that new flash flood warning around Jasper. Those are slowly moving northeast. We have additional storms back in southern North Texas. I mean, that outflow boundary is not really killing them, Jason. If that ends up keep going, those are going to bring storms back in the Metroplex. That would be interesting. But again, we have storms pretty much Midlothian down to Covington to north of Whitney. We have a storm in Somerville and Erath County. Those storms are generally moving off to the east. Some are moving northeast, though, and some are moving southeast. Yeah, this is a good time to have the Free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can use our radars. We got one radar under the radar tab. We got one radar under the more/zoom radar tab button thing. And both will let you keep track of the storms where you want to keep track of the storms, because now that we have tornado warnings, we have to prioritize those and focus on those compared to all the other storms. So again, let's cover them. Sanderson. Storm moving into town now. The potential for a tornado, baseball to softball size hail, damaging winds. Again, we're looking 15,000 feet above the surface here. But this thing's got one nasty-looking mesocyclone. Winds moving towards the radar at 70, moving away at 40. But again, we're looking in the mid-levels. We're not seeing the low levels here. The clear-cut indication is, though, angry supercell, baseball to softball size hail, 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds, probably in Sanderson right now. And there's another storm on its tail that may come on into town, too. All right, let's go back north. We got a storm north of Midland. So far, that's nothing to write home about. We got isolated development from west of La Mesa to north of Post, east of Lubbock. We have a storm east of Plainview, northwest of Florida. And then this storm near Happy is very close to putting a tornado down. We've got storm chasers there, and they're reporting rapid rotation. So this thing probably is going to go tornado warned soon. Those of you from Vigo Park to northwest to Silverton, the potential exists for a tornado warning soon with this dangerous thunderstorm. And again, the threat of a tornado may be it's increasing. That storm just took a hard right. If you look at the radar loop, here, I'll loop this over the last half hour, you'll see we had a split. Just a second. Look how this split. Southern storm's going to turn southeast. You can already see that starting to happen. Thanks to the gridded roads here. Take a look. Boom, 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 boom. Split. Turn southeast. This is going to move towards 86 now in Silverton. Northern split is going to turn left, move up towards...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong, Carson, and Potter County in Texas.
And again, we're going to have to... That thing's going to go tornado warned probably soon. Severe storm, I-40, east of Amarillo, moving towards Conway, Claude, Panhandle. The potential for quarter to ping-pong ball-size hail, winds of 60. That storm's moving east on I-40 towards Groom, moving east at 20. This storm near Lake Meredith Estates, we've had a confirmed tornado with that. Not seeing that on the velocity mode right now, though. That velocity is a lot weaker, but we still have a impressive hook echo and hail signature. The storm moving southeast slowly towards Buena Vista, Borger, Phillips, Sanford, staying just north of Fritch, it looks like. It may even stay just northeast of Lake Meredith Estates, closer to, where all the parks are, the camps, and then Sanford. Y'all are getting it right now with hail, possible tornadoes, strong winds. And then those of you downstream in places like Buena Vista, Borger, Phillips, Hutchinson County Airport, y'all are under the gun from this. Big hail, strong winds, perhaps a tornado. We had a tornado about 10 minutes ago at this. I just retweeted a picture of it. It was over Lake Meredith, so it was actually a water spout. A water spout in the panhandle of Texas. Now I've seen it all. Okay. And Jason, I saw the pic from Blake. I should have this set up to show things. I'll just let you tell me when. And if I don't have it set up, I can get it set up. So those of you in Sanderson, you're probably getting hit right now. Potential for a tornado, softball-sized hail, damaging winds. Looks like we have a funnel cloud northwest or northeast of Tulia with that storm. I just saw a picture come in from that on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. I'm not calling it X. Yeah, those of you in Vigo Park, it probably would be a good idea to move to your safe place. You're going to have a tornado warning soon. And then eventually this may pose an issue to the city of Silverton. What I'm talking about is this storm here. It's turned right. We're getting pictures of increasingly organized low-level rotation, maybe a funnel cloud. Not much in the which way the wind's blowing mode yet, but notice we do have a hook echo starting to form back here on the southwestern flank of the supercell. And again, this is going to be northeast of Tulia. This is 12 miles to 13 miles northeast of Tulia, moving now southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. We're seeing very impressive mid-level rotation. This storm's becoming better organized. The threat of a tornado likewise also increasing for portions of northeastern Swisher, northwestern Briscoe counties, from Vigo Park maybe all the way down to the city of Silverton over the next hour. Those of you in Silverton, again, on Highway 86, 256, this is going to probably be a problem for you. East of Tulia, west of Turkey and Kittikay, or however you say it. We're not going down that road again. I'm not. No. So again, storm capable of producing a tornado that produced a water spout over Lake Meredith, of all places. Moving into Sanford now. Eventually, this is going to move into the city of Borger. Still seeing some low-level rotation, not as strong as earlier, but we still see that hook echo. Even if we don't have a tornado, this thing could drop tennis ball size hail in Borger in the next 20 minutes. As it moves southeast slowly, back into North Texas we go. Severe storm northwest of Hillsboro, east southeast of Blum, moving towards Itasca. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Storm coming up on Maypearl has a nasty looking signature to it in terms of the potential of some hail, some strong winds, heavy rain. Maypearl storm moving southeast. The Cleburne to Grandview to Itasca to Blum storms are moving northeast. We got a storm over Ennis to Rosser into Kaufman County. Those storms have heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds and hail. Oh, we're getting Mamatis pictures like mad on X. All right, let's talk about this. Athens, your supercell came back with a vengeance, let me tell you.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina, Nacogdoches, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas.
Say this thing over the southeastern Cedar Creek Reservoir came back with a vengeance. Log Creek to Malakoff, well-defined supercell moving towards the city of Athens. Yeah, and it does have rotation with it. Mid-levels, but again, those of you around Malakoff, you're probably seeing a wall cloud with this. It might even be rotating a bit. This storm moving east towards Athens, only right now about 10 to 15 miles an hour, but also showing a very impressive hail signature over the southeastern Cedar Creek Reservoir, moving into Log Cabin, Star Harbor, Malakoff, west of the city of Athens, and on Highway 31 west of the city of Athens here in Henderson County. Could be some pretty big hail with that. We'll have to keep an eye on that rotation as well. All right, let's zoom out. Let's take a look at what we got going on here in East Texas with the line of thunderstorms. Notice a storm southeast of Lufkin's gone severe. That's the first one out of this band of northeastward moving storms. That's moving towards Chirino, east of Nacogdoches to St. Augustine here on Highway 21. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 65 miles an hour. We've got a report of a tornado now near Samford again. So again, tornado in progress now near Samford. Rainbow NATO. So again, Samford to northwest of Borger, be in a safe place. Those of you in Vigo Park to Silverton, you may have an issue soon with a separate storm. All right, and again, this storm near Chirino moving northeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Heavy rain, hail, damaging winds. Flash flood warning from Jasper to Kirbyville. Other storms. What is that? From near Van to, let's just use this. Let's just go this way. Athens, Lindale, Naples, Dangerfield, up to New Boston. Line of storms moving east at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Potential for damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. In fact, ooh, Nelly, look at this wind signature coming into Pittsburgh. Yikes. That's an ouchies. Seeing very, very strong winds in Pittsburgh right now, south of New Pleasant. New Pleasant, how about Mount Pleasant? Moving towards Dangerfield. Eventually, it's going to be an issue for places like Lone Star, Avenger, Linden, Jefferson, Uncertain. So again, nasty wind signature with this coming on into Dangerfield. This is definitely enough to knock down a lot of trees. Please be mindful of that, the potential for trees to come down. Heavy rain, hail, damaging winds, maybe over 70 miles an hour. In Pittsburgh, moving toward Dangerfield, the potential for straight line winds, again, over 70 miles an hour. And these storms moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Could have 50 to 70 mile an hour winds all the way along this line in spots from New Boston to Naples to just west of Gilmer to Lindale to Athens. And again, this whole line, I'll put a loop on it, is going to be moving from west to east at about 35 to 40 miles an hour with localized damaging winds, heavy rain, some hail, Okay, so again, line of storms moving from west to east about 40 miles an hour means those of you in Tyler to Gilmer to Marshall to Longview to Ore City to Lone Star to Jefferson to Linden to Douglasville to Atlanta to Maud to Hooks to Boston to Texarkana will be getting damaging straight line winds, potentially 50 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for some hail, heavy rainfall over the next hour to hour and a half. And again, these storms moving from west to east, almost southeast, honestly, now at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. And again, damaging winds, knock down trees. Trees could fall on your home, business. Trees will fall and block roadways. Trees will fall on vehicles. We don't want you to be hurt, so that's why we want you to be in a safe place, especially when we're talking about damaging straight line winds in the more forested portions of Texas, which this is. So again, worried about damaging winds, knocking down trees. Trees can fall on homes and buildings and businesses and, structures. Block roads can fall on vehicles. We don't want folks to be hurt. So again, be mindful of these storms coming on in. They could knock down trees, which could then cause quite a bit of damage. We're probably going to have a tornado warning soon for Vigo Park. We're seeing a bit of organization with the storm northwest of Floydada. The storm near Sanford had a reported weak tornado about 5 minutes ago, and that eventually is going to mosey on down towards Borger. All right, let's go back. And again, we have to focus on the most life-threatening storms. I realize East Texas, Northeast Texas, you're getting hit with some loud storms, with some wind, heavy rain, small hail. And yeah, some of these do have damaging winds, which is why we tried to keep you updated. But if you want to keep up with the storms we're not talking about, well, usually it's a good thing we're not talking about them, but the Free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage. You can get your local weather forecast and daily Texas weather roundups and more. So just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Okay, Sanderson, you've got a severe storm that's moved through town. It's going to be exiting town shortly. The Weather Service has allowed the tornado warning there to expire. but Sanderson still could have a nasty storm in your vicinity with damaging hail, strong winds. There's another storm back west of Sanderson moving east on 90 that may move into Sanderson. All right, we've got a storm north of Midland. That's not doing much right now. Thankfully, we've got a storm trying to go up west of La Mesa. Not doing much right now. We've got a storm between Rawls and Post. We'll watch that. We got a storm northwest of Floydada trying to do its thing. We got a supercell southeast of Happy near Vigo Park, moving generally now towards Silverton. That could go tornadic very soon. We got a hailer on I-40 coming up to Highway, what is that, 203? 207 near Conway. That could have some hail with it. And then we've got a storm in Sanford, northwest of Borger, with a history of producing brief tornadoes, moving southeast at about 15. My phone notifications are going nuts. All right. So again, yeah, we got storms going on all over the place. And for what it's worth, this whole thing in the Panhandle may eventually evolve into another cluster that moves southeast tonight towards northwest Texas and the Big Country. In fact, here, we haven't done this in a couple hours. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Now, it was doing garbage earlier, but let's see if it's doing better now. Let me switch over. We'll press some buttons here. Button, clear off all the garbage, blah, blah, blah. We'll press some more buttons. Here we go. Yes, I'm talking to myself. Ho, ho, ho. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at what this shows at 8 o'clock. Okay, so it's doing... I mean... Not great, but at the same time, let's just see what it shows for tonight. I'll run it from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. I'm going to let the animation load real quick. We'll see what it says, and then I'll verbally tell you what I think is going to happen tonight, which will probably still be wrong. But now, this model is running way too slow with this cluster of storms in East Texas, etc., probably. Notice that it's only got them... Yeah, no, it's running slow. And... it doesn't really develop that storm cluster in northwest Texas tonight, which, I mean, that is possible because of this storm cluster we had earlier this afternoon. If the atmosphere is too stabilized, we may not see a cluster of storms evolve. But to be perfectly honest with you, after how many clusters we've had this last week, I'm not willing to bet on that yet.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe, Floyd, and Motley County in Texas.
These storms in the Panhandle, West Texas, yeah, they could develop into a cluster that moves southeast tonight. Maybe into northwest Texas, Oklahoma, the Big Country, maybe North Texas. Or this model's right, and we're not going to have one. I don't know yet. It depends how stabilized the atmosphere is earlier. Regardless, it looks like this model wants to bring a cluster into Oklahoma, eastern Oklahoma, tomorrow morning, which, if that's right, could bring a cluster into the Arklatex tomorrow afternoon. Yay. All right, let's go back to the real-time view. So again, that model probably off its rocker. We have one cluster going berserk in the development whatever mode. Eastern North Texas, the Arklatex, Piney Woods of East Texas. That'll continue moving east. That's going to make it into Louisiana tonight, probably. Arkansas, Louisiana. It may keep going all the way to Mississippi and Alabama at this rate. That's cluster 1. Cluster 2, or at least scattered severe storms in round 2, now underway from the Panhandle of Texas into West Texas. Depending on the amount of destabilization behind this afternoon's round farther east, these storms in the Panhandle may focus into a cluster that moves southeast towards northwest Texas, Oklahoma, maybe Texoma, North Texas, and the Big Country overnight. But if the atmosphere is too stabilized, which, I mean, it may be, logic would say, yeah, probably, but let's be honest, Mother Nature hasn't been very logical this last week, or the last 6 weeks. Yeah, we could see another round of storms late tonight to tomorrow morning. I mean, we'll probably have some storms tomorrow anyway. We'll just have to probably see exactly where the boundaries end up by tomorrow morning into early tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll see additional activity fire up on those boundaries, most likely. All right, let's talk about what's going on. We have one tornado warning that's going to be near Sanford. Thunderstorm that keeps putting down little baby tornadoes every couple of minutes or so. No recent reports in the last 10 minutes. That storm is generally trying to weaken, but it's also almost just sitting on Sanford, slowly moving towards Borger. That storm, again, up here. Borger, you could begin some hail right now. We'll keep an eye on that. That thing may keep trying to put brief weak tornadoes down as it moves southeast, but it may also be weakening. We got a storm on I-40 near Conway moving towards Groom with some hail. We've got a storm intensifying now to over Claude and 287 at Highway 207. That may end up moving down towards Goodnight. Maybe a bit of hail. We have a supercell northwest of Vigo Park making a beeline for the city of Silverton now. That thing took a hard southeast turn. That could have baseball-sized hail, damaging winds. That has a chance of going tornadic. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be for portions of Floyd County, northeast of Lockney, southwest of South Plains, near Sterling, well north of Floydada. Just north of FM 97, coming up on Highway 207. That could have some large hail, localized damaging winds, and we'll keep an eye on it too. All right. All right, let's go back out and look at the state. And again, northeast Texas, east Texas, a lot of rain, some strong to locally damaging winds. This is not a, widespread, everyone's going to get winds that knock down all the trees event. This is comparatively a weak cluster of storms. Yeah, it still has pockets of damaging winds, but, it's not the derecho of last June. It's not one of the 10 hurricane force bow echo events we've seen over the last 6 weeks in Texas. This is a line of storms with some locally gusty winds of, maybe 40, 50, 60, 65 miles an hour in spots. Some, maybe penny to dime to nickel to quarter size hail in spots. What is most common is heavy rain, lightning, probably some gusty winds, yeah, and there'll probably be some flooding from this. Yeah, there may still be some opportunity of localized damaging winds. We're not worried about tornadoes, big hail, 100-mile-an-hour winds with this. It's just a big, nasty cluster of storms with a quick round of rain, probably a quick inch of rain. Localized flooding, some 40 to 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some P to nickel to quarter size hail. Same thing goes with these storms further south. Hemphill to Nacogdoches.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
Terrell County, the Big Bend.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Cass, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Morris, and Upshur County in Texas.
Okay, so that's with the storms in East Texas. And yeah, we've got some from Jasper to Lufkin. Those are moving northeast. They'll interact with and meet up with these storms and, the Arklatex with some damaging winds, perhaps locally damaging winds, heavy rainfall. Localized flooding, maybe some small to quarter size hail. Back west, we do have some storms still just south of the DFW Metroplex, southern DFW, if you prefer Ellis County, Johnson County, Hill County, back towards Meridian and Hico. These storms, heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds, a lot of lightning, localized flooding. Core of the Metroplex, you're clear for now. You've got nothing going on except Mamatis. On the back sides of these storms, putting on a very beautiful sunset, I might add. And that's going to continue for a while. That could be a glorious sunset. Back in the, let's go to the Big Bend. Sanderson, you're clear. Storm is southeast of Sanderson now, moving away from Sanderson. You've got a storm west of Sanderson on 90. We'll keep an eye on that. Sanderson storm moving southeast on towards Dryden next. So Dryden, you've got hail coming into town, strong winds. This may ride 90 southeast for a while towards Malvado, Pumpville, Linktree, Comstock. And eventually, I mean, if it keeps up, it may end up in Del Rio. I don't think it's going to end up that far, but Mother Nature is a bit of a troll in that department, so we'll see. All right, Panhandle we go. Where we'll stop, who knows? We've got a storm northeast of, well, let's do it this way. We've got a storm over Borger, no longer tornadic, capable of producing maybe some quarter-size hail, locally heavy rainfall, gusty winds. That produced a waterspout over Lake Meredith earlier and a couple of spin-up tornadoes. I haven't heard anything out of Sanderson yet. Going further south, we got a storm on I-40 and 287 from Conway to Claude, moving east towards Groom, Goodnight, Ashtola, Boydston, Jericho, Clarendon. That could have some small hail. We've got a supercell near Vigo Park, northwest of Silverton. This storm is moving southeast towards Silverton. That's a funnel cloud report you saw there. This storm could go tornadic at some point. It's probably our best candidate to do so.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Erath, Hamilton, and Somervell County in Texas.
But our chasers there, Trey Greenwood, Blake Brown, they report the storm has multiple areas of strong rotation. It just can't seem to consolidate into a, well, singular area of rotation that could tighten up and produce tornadoes. That could change, though, soon. The storm, visually speaking, is looking impressive on the how hard it's raining mode. I'll switch off the animation here, just switch over to the high-res mode. And again, northwest of Silverton, you'll be able to see well-defined supercell. You can see that hook echo. This storm moving east-southeast towards Silverton. It may stay a bit north of Silverton, but it's going to be close. And then thereafter, it's going to move into, well, eventually near Turkey. And in the beautiful yet very difficult to travel terrain of Highway 256 and 86. Especially 256. Move into the canyons. And then we also have a supercell northeast of Lockney now. This could have some quarter to $half size hail crossing over Highway 207. Oh, this would be, at this point, maybe like 5 miles northeast of Lockney or about 11 miles north of Floydale. That's moving off east. And again, it looks like we actually do have a little strong storm now at the intersection of 349, 176. That's going to be east of Andrews, west of Tarzan. And that storm is moving northeast. It looks like right up 349 towards Patricia, maybe La Mesa. And again, if that intensifies much further, they may have to put a severe thunderstorm warning on that for hail. Back in East Texas we go again. Ooh, look at that storm near Stephenville. Goodness gracious.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Little River, Miller, and Sevier County in Arkansas.
Oh,
McCurtain
Mama,
County in Oklahoma.
That Hiko
Bowie,
storm.
Cass,
Are
and
you
Morris
done?
County in Texas.
Silence. Oh, it's like the GPS that never stops. Hiko, y'all got a problem. Y'all have angered the supercell, and this storm just went yippity-doo, yippity-day, over Hiko, and now there's the potential for some really big hail over Hiko here on Highway 281, 220, Highway 6. This storm slowly moving east-northeast towards Walnut Springs, but again, the radar thinks this thing's dropping gargantuan hail over Hiko. If one of y'all on Hiko, by the way, can let us know how big that hail is at some point, once it's safe to do so, we'd appreciate it. But please don't do it while the hail's falling. We don't want you getting hurt. Storm northwest of Hillsboro. Why? Why are we doing this? Has taken a hard right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews, Dawson, and Martin County in Texas.
It's taken a hard right and is now moving towards Carl's Corner and Hillsboro. It's got that little hook echo there, but is not really tornadic concerns, but does have the potential of producing some very large hail. Those of you in Hillsboro, Carl's Corner, you've now got a supercell to your northwest for like the 10th time in the last 6 weeks, moving east at about 20 miles an hour with the potential for maybe golf ball size hail, maybe a little larger, localized damaging winds. So Carl's Corner, Hillsboro, heads up, you have angry supercell. It might honestly even be moving east-southeast now. This thing took a hard right. This thing was moving northeast. Outflow boundary hit it, so it went turn southeast, 90-degree turn. So instead of going northeast now, like it was, like this, it'd go boom. So Hillsboro, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is it's not going to be 100 degrees for the rest of the day. But the bad news is you may also be getting hailed on shortly with angry supercell. Oh, and some strong winds and heavy rain and lightning and flooding and, all the stuff that goes with angry supercell after 6 weeks of Texas weather mayhem. So, those of you in Hillsboro, heads up, your chance of an ouchies in the hail department is increasing quickly. Hiko, y'all are probably having a big ouchies in the hail department right now. That storm, that's not even moving northeast. What? Here, let's do this. This Hiko storm, these storm tracks are so useless sometimes. It's actually moving southeast. It got hit by the boundary and turned southeast too. I hate everything. So again, Hiko storm could be dropping giant hail in Hiko right now, moving southeast slowly. Hillsboro storm, northwest of Hillsboro, west of Carl's Corner, southwest of Itasca, moving east-southeast
Texas local storm
towards
report
Hillsboro.
from 6 miles south of Covington in Hill County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping.
That was a hail report for that. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually turn on the high-res radar loop and just let y'all see what we're dealing with here. Give it a second. So here's what's going on over the last hour. You can see as the outflow boundary has moved south, we've seen storms south of the boundary move north, and storms north of the boundary move south. And as they interact with the boundary, it's acting as a source of lift, allowing for additional thunderstorm development and or intensification of ongoing storms. You can see now that the boundary has moved south out of DFW, storms have mostly exited DFW, though we have one trying to make its way towards Mansfield and 287 right now. We've got a severe storm over Hiko, could have really big hail. We've got a severe storm northwest of Hillsboro, that could have really big hail moving towards Hillsboro. We've got storms developing from Meridian to Laguna Park to Aquila to Abbott to Hubbard to Purden to Richland, moving north to Cayuga, moving north. Palestine, Netches, moving north. Storms from near Kemp to Ennis to Forreston are moving south.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe County in Texas.
We've got a severe storm now moving towards La Mesa and Patricia, that has hail. We've got a line of storms from near Maud and Hooks to Douglasville to Avengard or City, to Winona, to Tyler, to Chandler, to Frankston, moving east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. The potential for Hey, we've got togs, tornadoes, Silverton. So let's get back to West Texas. We have to go back to the tornado storm. This is the one we've been talking about all evening. There's not a tornado warning yet, but there's going to be here in a second. We've got a tornado in progress now with this north of Silverton, back to the how hard or which way the wind's blowing mode. We actually have two tornadoes here, it looks like, but we do have visual evidence now of tornadoes in progress with this. So this is going to be a storm with confirmed tornadoes now east of Highway 207, north of Silverton. We got winds moving away from the radar, moving at about 85. Winds moving towards the radar at about probably 25 to 30. You can see we actually have two here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster, Pecos, and Terrell County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Briscoe County in Texas.
Okay, so this is going to be for a confirmed tornado now. This may stay north of Silverton, but I want to emphasize it is going to be close. It's going to be at least within a few miles of the north side of Silverton.
Local storm report from 7 miles north-northwest of McKenzie Reservoir in Swisher County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.75 inches. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, baseball-size hail observed by Storm Chaser on live video feed. Spotter was about 1 mile east of Vigo Park.
Okay, so back to the radar. Let me zoom out a bit, show you who's in and who's out. It's a rural area.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hill County in Texas.
All right, so again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado. This is going to be 7 miles northwest of Silverton in the canyons. It's going to be well-defined circulation that is currently moving southeast. All right, let me put an extrapolation on this. This does continue. It'll stay north of Silverton by 4 to 5 miles. A
warning has been issued for Cherokee, Gregg, Harrison, Panola, Rusk, Smith, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
So this is going to move over 256 and 70 in the canyons, north of Turkey, north of Kittikay, east of Silverton. Again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado. 6 miles northwest of the McKenzie Reservoir, 10 miles north of Silverton, moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We've got winds moving away from the radar in Amarillo at about 90. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 30, so 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear in the hook. No tornado debris because, well, there's really not too much to hit out there, hopefully. And I say that with the utmost respect to it. Honestly, that circulation got going right as it moved over the canyon. I wonder if that was topographically induced. Over the canyon, over the river. Or the stream, the Tull Creek stream. I really wonder if that was caused by the change in terrain right there. Interesting. Regardless, the circulation continues to get stronger. And those of you in Briscoe County, north of Silverton, either get out of the way or
Texas
get
local
in shelter.
Storm report from 10NW Silverton in Briscoe County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, location estimated by Chaser.
Okay, so again, this is going to stay north of Silverton, north of 86 for now. This is going to be winds moving away from the radar at 100, winds moving towards at 40, so 140 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Those of you in the city of Hillsborough, you're about to get hit by hail out in Hill County. Damaging winds moving into Tyler, Noonday, to Liberty City, Gladewater, Lassiter, maybe some small hail, heavy rain. But again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado now north of the city of Silverton. This should stay north of Silverton by a good distance, like 5 miles, which out there might as well be an infinity. So let's talk about which roads these are on. This is going to be County Road 12 going north out of Silverton. If 207 went past 86 and 256, that's what it would be near County Road R. And again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado Could be a strong tornado based on the velocity signature. This is probably going to be continuing southeast for a while. Eventually, this could pose a direct threat to the city of Turkey. We're still a ways out, but those of you in Turkey, by 9 o'clock, may have a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes approaching your community. So those of you in the community of Turkey, we dealt with, all this nonsense, when was the Turkey storm with the tornadoes all around Turkey? I think it was within the last 6 weeks. I don't know if it was before our active late April stretch. It all blends together. Regardless, those of you in Turkey, by 9 o'clock, you may have a storm with tornado, destructive winds, hail in your city or near thereabouts. This is going to be in northern Briscoe County, moving towards Hall County. And again, this is a confirmed tornado. A large tornado. Meteorologist Trey Greenwood reporting a large cone tornado with this. So again, this is a large confirmed tornado by Texas Storm Chasers meteorologist Trey Greenwood. This is going to be north of Silverton, staying north of the city of Silverton. Tornado debris signature now. So it hit something about 6 to 8 miles north of Silverton. Again, there's your tornado debris signature, which is never anything you want to see out here because it usually means it hit a farm or a agricultural area. So again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado about 8 miles north of Silverton, moving southeast. This will stay north of the city of Silverton, moving southeast towards Turkey. So those of you in Turkey, you're going to need to be in a safe place, but you've still got about an hour. We've got a picture from meteorologist Trey Greenwood. We'll get that from him in just a second. I'm not getting anything from you, Jason, on your Jason Cooley NDI. Let me try this other one. I might just had it on the wrong button. No, but nice sunset. All right, so we'll go back to this for now. It's not the button I wanted to press. So again, tornado down about 7 to 8 miles north of Silverton, Texas, moving southeast. I don't know what this thing hit, but the debris signature is getting worse. Let me zoom out so we can at least have some geographical references in terms of at least, Turkey in it. Again, pretty strong circulation continues. That's a debris signature right there. Tip of that hook. Could be dust, could be, agriculture, could have been a farmstead or something. But again, strong circulation, confirmed tornado. I'm not getting anything from you, FYI. So again, tornado north of Silverton by probably 5 to 6 miles, moving southeast. This will stay north of the city of Silverton. This isn't an issue for Silverton. We may have a new circulation try to develop a little farther south at some point. That would still be north of Silverton, but eventually this is going to be an issue for the city of Turkey. Maybe even Kittikay. But again, this supercell, classic, moving southeast. And here's the tornado from north of Silverton a few minutes ago for meteorologist Trey Greenwood. You can see it there. Tornado was down for 8 minutes. Meteorologist Trey Cooley reports the tornado is lifted now. So again, that's the tornado north of Silverton that just lifted. And that means we likely have a cyclic process occurring where we may see a new tornado develop with the next cycle. But again, that was the tornado north of Silverton from meteorologist Trey Greenwood. Back down to the radar we go. Here's the reflectivity mode. Now, that tornado he reports is lifted, which means we could see a new circulation develop with a new tornado at any point. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, those of you in eastern Briscoe, western Hall County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Henderson County in Texas.
The potential for tornado, big hail, strong winds. Those of you in eastern Briscoe, western Hall County. This could eventually include places like Turkey, Tampico, Kittikay. We don't want anybody going on 256 right now from Turkey to Silverton, or honestly soon Highway 86 east of Silverton
Texas
to
local
Turkey.
storm report from 1 miles west-southwest of Tyler in Smith County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by Fire Department/Rescue. Additional information, trees down in Tyler.
All right, let's go back to this line of storms in northeast Texas. They're not tornadic, but they are producing strong to locally damaging winds. Again, these blue areas you see here, we're seeing some winds over 60 miles an hour near Linden, near Avenger, seeing some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds near Ore City, seeing some strong winds over Winona to Tyler. And again, soils are saturated. It may not even take, winds over 45 miles an hour to start uprooting some of these trees and knocking trees over just because of how wet the soil conditions are. But again, line of severe storms approaching Texarkana, Atlanta, Linden, Avenger, you're in it. Pretty much Liberty City, White House, Frankston, back west into southern North Texas. Heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds, Athens, Corsicana, Angus, Currens. We have a storm over Hillsborough dropping a boatload of rain. It collided with a storm near Abbott. The hail core is diminishing, but now Hillsborough is probably going to get like 3 inches of rain in 20 minutes. We've got storms all the way back west on 22 to Hico. Those storms, the potential for damaging winds, maybe some hail.
Texas local
Heavy
storm
rain.
report from Hico in Hamilton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by amateur radio.
Oh, we thought it was big. So that confirms that Hico got almost tennis ball size hail from that storm we were talking about a bit earlier. All right, let's take a look at what's going on statewide. Let me get the radar on here. I'll knock the satellite off now that we're getting closer to sunset. So again, complex of storms moving across the Arklatex, northeast Texas, east Texas. These storms, they're generally moving east. You can see we've got a couple of storms that have managed to continue in southern North Texas that have collided with each other, ironically. You don't see that too often in such a widespread horizontal arc, but okay. Two outflow boundaries colliding, one moving north from the Brazos Valley and central Texas, one moving south from DFW. They hit, boom, you get storms colliding, and it's going to rain. Strongest these storms, northeast Texas, east Texas into eastern North Texas. The potential for damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, potential for heavy rain, small hail, flooding.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carson, Gray, Hemphill, Hutchinson, Roberts, and Wheeler County in Texas.
But again, the line of storms in East Texas, Northeast Texas, moving off to the east at about 35 to 40 miles an hour with localized pockets of damaging winds, heavy rainfall, small hail. The storms may not necessarily have what's considered severe caliber winds, 58 miles an hour or higher, in all sections of the squall line, but because soils are so saturated, even winds of 45 to 55 miles an hour may be enough to damage trees, uproot trees, all that. All right, so again, tornado north of Silverton has lifted for now, it sounds like. Silverton, you're fine. You were never under the threat of this, at least, over the last 30 minutes once it became apparent it stayed north of town. But those of you in Turkey to Tampico to Kittikay, heads up, you may have issues. Northeastern Floyd County, maybe some small hail. Those of you in La Mesa, that storm's kind of weakening. But still, Patricia, you may get some hail. Looks like we got a storm going up west of Snyder. That may have some quarter-size hail on Highway 180.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Scurry County in Texas.
And then again, those of you in the eastern Big Bend on Highway 90 around Dryden, you've got a storm moving east of town now towards Malvado and Pumpville. That could have large hail. We could have a storm producing tennis balls southwest of Sanderson, south of Emerson, southeast of Longfellow. Both those storms on Highway 90 in the eastern Big Bend, moving towards the northern Edwards Plateau, moving southeast down 90 at about 30 miles an hour. An outside chance they try to make it to Del Rio, but they'll probably dissipate before they get down there. All right, so we have one tornado warning in effect. Let's zoom out. All right. So, North Texas, Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, East Texas, you can see line of thunderstorms pretty much now from, pretty good arc here. From Texarkana to Linden to Tyler to Athens to Corsicana to Hillsboro to Hiko. We had tennis ball size hail reported in Hiko. These storms across East Texas are probably going to keep moving southeast with the threat of localized damaging winds, heavy rain, some hail, smaller hail, but still hail, and flooding. Over the next few hours, you can see we're going like this. It's going to continue. Oh, that was a horrible arrow. Good gravy, sweet Mary. Again, you can see these storms generally out west moving slower, way slower, almost to the east. But that's going to continue to be the expectation with some flooding. Tyler, you're getting hit with some very heavy rain and wind right now. These storms are going to continue to progress. You can see we have some storms even further southeast. Those are moving for now northwest. They're going to hit this squall line moving southeast and just have another heavy rain fest. But again, some of these storms will be strong enough to knock some trees down, cause some wind damage. Heavy rain, flooding, maybe some small hail. These storms back on the southwestern flank of this outflow boundary in North Texas have a higher chance of maybe some golf ball size hail at times and heavy rainfall. But again, those you can keep an eye on with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You search for Texas Storm Chasers or you download apps for your device. We've got interactive weather radars. We got two of them. One, under the main radar app. Second one, click More and Zoom Radar. It's under there. We have live severe weather coverage in the app. We have your local weather forecast, daily Texas weather roundups, and more. But again, we only have one storm currently capable of producing a tornado. It's going to be northeast of the city of Silverton, moving away from Silverton, generally in a direction that would pose a threat to the city of Turkey. We haven't heard any new tornado reports recently, but well, I say that, it looks like it's probably about to do it again. Old circulation occluded. New circulation developed. You can see that here, the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, here you go. Wind's moving away from the radar at about 45 miles an hour. Wind's moving towards the radar at about 30. So again, about 80 mile an hour winds, 70 to 80. And again, you can see the how hard it's raining mode. And it looks like the Weather Service has a confirmed report of a tornado with this again. So again, sounds like we have another tornado down now, northeast of Silverton. This is 6 miles northeast of Silverton, moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We're probably going to see a new tornado warning issued that could approach Turkey.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Val Verde County in Texas.
And yeah, the clear-cut indication here is with our chasers, we're going to have to get Starlink next year. There's no doubt about it. That'll be a fun few $1,000s, at least. But it's going to have to happen. We will definitely be relying on y'all to help us out with that. But again, tornado in progress now, northeast of Silverton by about 6 miles, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. It means we're probably going to see a tornado warning issued for portions of western Hall County soon. And this could become an issue for the city of Turkey as it moves southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. The potential for baseball-size hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall, and a confirmed tornado. Moving southeast to 25, meaning those of you in Silverton, heads up, or excuse me, those of you in Turkey, heads up, you may be dealing with this soon. All right, let's see what else is going on across the state. You can see storms in the Panhandle moving east. Storms in the Permian Basin, one near Snyder with hail, crossing over 180, passing west of town. One approaching 87 from La Mesa to Ackerley. There could be some quarter-sized hail with that. Down in the Big Bend, northern Edwards Plateau, 2 severe storms, 2 supercells, one near Dryden, moving towards Malvado, Pumpville, Langtree, Highway 90. Second is a good, probably not that far southwest of Sanderson, but it's probably just southwest of Sanderson. Strong winds in town, probably, and that's moving southeast, passing probably 5 to 10 miles south of the first storm a bit earlier. Back in North Texas, we have thunderstorms capable of producing heavy rain, flooding, some hail, from near Hico to Hillsboro to Corsicana to Palestine to Bullard, and then we get into the damaging wind component from Bullard to Kilgore, Longview, Jefferson, Atlanta, up 59 to the city of Texarkana. The potential for winds 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. Given wet soils, certainly enough for damaging winds to produce well, knock trees down, cause power outages. Trees fall on things like houses, buildings, roads, can block roads, take out power lines, etc. So,
Texas local storm report from 6 miles north-northeast of Silverton in Briscoe County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, tornado observed live on Storm Chaser video feed.
but again, with these thunderstorms moving across northeast Texas into east Texas, those will continue for the next while. Tornadoes in progress now northeast of Silverton. With this thunderstorm, that could eventually pose a direct threat to the city of Turkey. So again, tornado continues now. This will be about 6 to 7 miles northeast of Silverton, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour towards the city of Turkey. Eventually, this will impact Highway 256 northwest of Turkey, probably the Highway 256-70 intersection, and then moving down towards the city of Turkey. Potential for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall. Report of 2 tornadoes in progress now, northeast of Silverton, so we have what are called twins. One tornado right here, most likely. Second tornado in progress right here. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. And yeah, you can see that on the reflectivity. But again, this is moving southeast. It could be close or past just north of the city of Turkey by 9:15 p.m. And again, this is going to be moving southeast at 15 to 25 miles an hour. So those of you in Turkey and Western Hall County, heads up. All right, here's what we're going to do. So we don't have any tornadoes imminently about to impact town. We're going to take a quick 6-minute breather. We'll be back here with continuing severe weather coverage at 8:30. Sooner if necessary, as we track one storm complex across northeast Texas. One storm
A new
complex,
tornado warning has been issued for
storms back
Briscoe County in Texas.
The Panhandle, West Texas, into the Big Bend. We'll be back here at 8:30 with continuing severe weather coverage.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Henderson, Hill, and Navarro County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster, Pecos, and Terrell County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome aboard. It is Baldy in Chief with caffeine and coconut chocolate bar time, part 2. We've got a thunderstorm producing a tornado about 10 miles northeast of Silverton over rural eastern Briscoe County in West Texas. That's the southeastern panhandle. Take your pick. That storm not moving all that much, but eventually is going to make its way down towards Turkey, Texas, in Hall County. Y'all are getting one beautiful Mamatis show in DFW right now. In fact, let me see if I can't pull that up. Nah, it doesn't show up on here. Let me see if it shows up on the West Cam. Nah, not from that view, but y'all are sharing the views. Beautiful, beautiful Mamatis lit sunset in the Metroplex tonight. Storms. We got a complex northeast Texas, East Texas, moving off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. There are pockets of stronger winds in the I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by my Mattis pictures, honestly. You guys are blowing my feeds up with my Mattis. Goodness gracious. Let me try that again now that I'm done answering that question. I'm hiding the Mamatis pictures so I don't get distracted again like an ADD person, which clearly I am. All right, so line of storms now from Texarkana, Arkansas, down to McLeod, Texas, to Gray, to Nesbitt, Marshall, Hallsville, Lakeport, Henderson, New Summerfield, Jacksonville, pretty much all the way down into Cherokee County at this point. This cluster wasn't what I wanted to do. I made a boo-boo, and now I gotta fix it too. Moving off to the east, east-southeast, about 35 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds. In spots, most winds are going to be 40 to 50 miles an hour. There may be a few gusts to 60 to 65. The problem is the soils are so saturated, everything out here, it's easy to uproot trees, knock over trees, even with 50-mile-an-hour winds, which may not otherwise be considered severe. But in this case, well, damaging winds. Again, so we could have power outages, we could have trees down on roads in spots, heavy rain, flooding, you know, the typical routine. And now we're getting more Mamatis pictures. Oh, sweet Mama May. Further west into southern North Texas we go. We've got thunderstorms with flooding now from Athens all the way down Highway 31 through Malakoff, Currens, Corsicana, all the way towards Hubbard, Bynum, Blooming Grove, M House, Rice, flash flooding. Flash flood warnings, thunderstorms. Notice how they're just sitting there. We had an outflow boundary come up from the south. We had an outflow boundary come up from the north. We had storms on both. So notice how these storms just collided. Boom. Now they're just stationary, dropping copious amounts of rain. This is how someone ends up with 6 to 10 inches of rain in the span of 2 to 3 hours. So yes. Oh, and to all those, by the way, sending us pictures of the Mamadis, thank you. We actually do appreciate it. We love them. Just not great when I'm trying to pay attention to weather coverage. But we love them. They're beautiful. You gotta love it. If you don't like a good sunset, something's wrong with you. So again, storms, North Texas, from Hiko to Hillsboro to Corsicana to Athens, nearly stationary, unfortunately producing very, very heavy rains. We could have a big-time flood problem develop here pretty quick if this doesn't chill itself out. Okay, Northern Panhandle, storms that produced tornado near Sanford earlier have kind of pretty much, it died, and then its outflow popped new storms off along 60 from Canadian to Pampa. There may be some hail with that. We've got a supercell. Really, the storms on I-40 died. We've got a supercell northeast of Silverton, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour towards Turkey, with the potential of, well, it's produced tornadoes. Could have really big hail, baseballs, damaging wind gusts, 60-plus miles an hour. And again, we probably do still have a tornado in progress now in the canyon. It's moving southeast towards Turkey, so Turkey is going to have a problem with this, perhaps. So again, this could be a problem for Turkey by 9:15. The potential for tornadoes, damaging winds, hail, Western Hall County. Y'all dealt with this within the last 2 months. I can't remember which day because, to be perfectly honest with you, the days have blended together because it's been literally the 6 weeks of hell in the severe weather department. This is probably one of the craziest stretches we've had in a long time, which is tornado after tornado after tornado, day after day after day. And then when we were done with the tornadoes for a little while, we went to the damaging winds, and now we're back to this. So we're tired of it too. But again, those of you in Turkey, heads up, you are under the threat from this dangerous thunderstorm moving your way with baseball-sized hail, damaging winds, and the possibility of tornadoes. Northeast Panhandle, again, from Hoover to Miami to Canadian to Glacier, Coburg, maybe some small hail, gusty winds. Pretty nasty little hail core that's popped up west of Snyder on 180. This thing's gone moving up towards Highway 84 now. This will stay northwest of Snyder unless it takes a hard right, but really it's only moving northeast of 10 right now towards Dermott, Brand. If it takes a hard right, like some of these other storms have, it could bring some hail to Snyder, along with gusty winds and heavy rain over the next hour. Otherwise, the storm near La Mesa, it's kind of dying, so it may not even make it to La Mesa. And then we've got storms down on Highway 90. One south of Sanderson, one east of Dryden. Both, well, moving away from, well, Dryden and Sanderson. Could have an issue in Pumpville to Langtree over the next hour with maybe some hail, some strong winds, Highway 90. Otherwise, most widespread storm issues, East Texas, far northeast Texas, and southern North Texas. We got stalled storms from a boundary collision. Navarro County, Hill County, back west into Bosque County. Those storms aren't really moving right now, but they're producing really heavy rain. We're going to have big-time flooding problems from Hillsboro to Corsicana to Athens. We're probably going to have 5+ inch rainfall amounts in the span of 90 minutes, and that is going to cause flash flooding galore. We've got thunderstorms now from Atlanta to Longview, to Marshall, to Henderson, to Rusk.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bossier, Caddo, and DeSoto County in Louisiana. Cass, Harrison, Marion, and Panola County in Texas.
Again, just some localized damaging winds, flooding rains are going to be the main issue here. Now, somewhat curiously, we're going to zoom in here. Seeing a little baby circulation or some stronger winds southwest of Corsicana, west of Richland. Just notice this while looking at some data. Keep an eye on that. I mean, I'm not really all that worried about, tornadoes with this, but sometimes you see little transient circulations develop. And sometimes they can do little interesting things. But again, heavy rain and flooding is going to be the big issue down here. I'm sure Limestone County Emergency Manager is going to be having a field day. Well, this is north of Limestone County for now, so Navarro County. Sorry, Navarro County. Someone's going to send me a nasty grand for that. And again, you can see it's pouring, it's storming. Hillsboro to Hubbard, Corsicana to Currens, Enchanted Oaks to Athens, and then East Texas. This thing, I mean, big old line of storm still, but notice we got a bunch of heavy rain behind it, too. I mean, this thing, it's evolved into just a cluster of a mess of heavy rain and flooding. Etc. Meteorologist Trey Greenwood reports that one of the Silverton tornadoes was down for 35 minutes. There were twins, so multiple tornadoes down simultaneously. And yeah. So, yeah, I wish we could have streamed that to you live, but I got to go spend like $5,000 between now and next spring at least to get satellite internet. It's not necessarily the equipment or the monthly fee that's super bad. I mean, it's a couple $100 a month, but the initial one-time investment to set it all up is usually, I think, $2,500 per account, and we're going to need a couple accounts. Well, here's hoping we go viral between now and then, right? That falls under the I'm a big boy now category. But it's what we're going to have to do. So again, storms, those of you in Turkey, again, heads up, this is going to eventually be an issue for you. All right, here's what we're going to do for now. Since we're kind of, I'm not going to use that word, but we'll be back here at 8:55 p.m., sooner if necessary, with your next severe weather update. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, daily Texas weather roundup forecasts, and you can always get your local weather forecast down to your neighborhood in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And again, you can also visit us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll be back here at 8:55 p.m., sooner if necessary, with your next severe weather update. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We've got a thunderstorm capable and, well, with a history of producing tornadoes now well east of Silverton, Texas. This is going to be approaching the community of Turkey in the next 20 to 25 minutes. This thunderstorm is, putting a big tornado down northeast of Silverton. And again, this is going to be moving towards Turkey. So those of you in Turkey, you're going to need to be in a safe place by 9:15 probably. The potential for damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Another tornado in progress now. Looks like north of Kittikee, very near Highway 256, County Road 29. This really is trying to make a beeline for the city of Turkey. So this is going to be an issue where we're probably going to have a tornado warning for Turkey, Texas, and Western Hall County soon. Also may run up towards Tampico. But again, this will be a storm capable of producing tornadoes with another tornado now in progress.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo, DeSoto, and Red River County in Louisiana.
13 miles
Harrison, Panola,
northwest
Rusk,
of Turkey.
and Shelby County in Texas.
Moving southeast about 25 miles per hour. The potential of tornadoes, damaging winds, hail. So those of you in Turkey, the storm is about 12 to 13 miles to your northwest, moving southeast towards Turkey at 25 miles an hour. The potential that it has a tornado down again and could also be producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and tornadoes. All right, let's take a look what else is going on. Not too much in the Panhandle, those storms being relatively behaved, all things considered. Storms on 90 moving down towards, northern Edwards Plateau, east of Sanderson now. Still some hail damaging winds. The most widespread issue with storms continues to be this line of storms moving across northeast Texas, east Texas, into southern North Texas. The HECO supercell has dissipated. We've got a line of storms from near Hillsboro to Corsicana to Athens to Reclaw to Henderson, up towards Marshall and Texarkana. These storms are producing quite a bit of rainfall. Some wind gusts of 40, 50, even 60 miles an hour at times. Some hail. And we are seeing heavy rain. We'll check in on this complex approaching the state line on Interstate 20, see what we're doing here. As these storms get to Louisiana, as usual, I suspect somehow they're going to start producing tornadoes the minute they cross into Louisiana, because that just seems to be a thing with these storms, like all the time, where they cross into Louisiana and start tornadoing. But for now, we are seeing a little appendage north of Carthage. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Potential for some localized damaging winds there, up to about 60 miles an hour. That'll be moving towards, Louisiana, the Shreveport Metro. Keithville, Stonewall, Greenwood, Louisiana. Storms up near Wascom, moving east. And again, these are moving east, southeast, really, at about 40 miles an hour. We'll get my horrid driving, how about horrid drawing off the screen, zoom back out again. Line of storms moving from west or northwest to east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. I'll put a loop on this. We'll load it up. Again, storms making decent progress. With heavy rain, small hail, strong winds, some flooding, and again, some damaging winds that could result in downed trees, power outages, minor damage to other things, except where trees fall on things. That's going to be more of a problem. Again, you can see otherwise strong storms extend all the way back towards I-45 between Corsicana and Fairfield, and almost I-35 to Hillsborough. And again, flooding, heavy rain, etc. Let's see if he has this picture loaded by chance. Okay. Again, meteorologist Trey Greenwood, storm chaser Blake Brown, they are on this storm approaching Turkey, Texas. They've documented multiple tornadoes this evening, and the storm continues to be capable of producing tornadoes. All right, let's go back to the radar. They're not going to put a tornado warning on this for now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
A little surprised. We'll see how long that lasts. Still some pretty strong rotation, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Western Hall County, the potential for tennis ball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. Can't rule out a tornado. This thunderstorm moving southeast towards the city of Turkey. I'm a little shocked they didn't put a tornado warning on this, but I think they may have to. But again, if this develops a new circulation, and you can see it's still a well-defined supercell with a hook echo, the potential will certainly exist that it, requires a tornado warning and would be moving towards the city of Turkey. So again, those of you in Turkey, I would be mindful that you're probably going to have an issue. The potential for damaging straight line winds, hail, and maybe even a tornado. So I'd be ready, if you're in Turkey, to move to a safe place. The threat of tornado genesis may not end. Thank you, Jason. And again, we'll switch over. This is what the Turkey tornado, the tornado near Silverton earlier from Storm Chaser Blake Brown. Legendary storm chaser in the Texas Panhandle. If there's something going on, he's usually there to cover it. And this was the tornado northeast of Silverton earlier. You can see strong tornado, strong motion at the surface. You can see all that condensation, debris, and dust just getting drilled out of the earth right there. And again, look at the motion up at the cloud base. You can see this rotating cyclonically. And again, this was a little earlier, near or north of Silverton, Texas. And that is the thunderstorm moving southeast towards Turkey now. That video was probably taken 45 minutes ago. And again, now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This thunderstorm capable of producing damaging hail, damaging winds, maybe a tornado, as it moves southeast towards Turkey. Can't completely rule out this trying to spin out another tornado, but again, those of you in Turkey, be mindful, be ready, you may have an issue. Otherwise, let's look back out, let's see what's going on. Let's take a look at the storm near Snyder. Still a hail threat, it looks like, on Highway 84 northwest of Snyder. I'll get the data to load in a minute. Maybe not. Okay, we'll just do this. Storm coming up on 84 northwest of Snyder, moving northeast only at 5 to 10 miles an hour, maybe ping pong ball size hail crossing over Highway 84. And again, that would be northwest of Snyder towards Dermot and Brand. Again, the potential for hail on 84, southeast of Post, just northwest of Snyder, probably staying just northwest of Snyder. Back in East Texas, North Texas, we got a line of storms literally just sitting now, southeastern Hill County to Hubbard, Dawson, Richland, Angus, Streetman, Athens, slowly sagging south, but producing very heavy rains. The potential for rapid rises on creeks, streams, rivers, a lot of street flooding. And again, a lot of flooding with that. Storms now exiting northeast Texas into Louisiana. But we still have strong to severe storms. Marshall to Beckville to Carthage to Tatum to Henderson to Palestine, moving east-southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. The potential for localized winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Heavy rainfall. I mean, maybe some pea-sized hail. This is not a big hail situation out here. All right, so again, our plan of attack here is we're going to keep on with severe weather coverage. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. We'll be back if we have any new tornado warnings sooner than that. But for now, again, those of you in Turkey, be ready to move to shelter. That storm, more disorganized right now, but still moving southeast towards Turkey and Tampico. It'll cross over Highway 86. The potential for damaging hail, strong winds, and can't completely rule out a tornado. We'll be back here at 9:15 sooner if necessary. Eastern Texas Panhandle, that storm really isn't showing much of a low-level circulation anymore, but is capable of producing baseball-sized hail, localized damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. We've got a complex of thunderstorms moving across portions of East Texas into southern North Texas, northern Brazos Valley, capable of producing flooding rainfall, damaging winds, heavy rain, small hail. But again, this is common, or this should be calming down, at least in East Texas, over the next few hours. The overall severe weather threat, yes, we'll have some localized strong winds capable of knocking trees down, etc. But the worst should be moving into Louisiana shortly. We'll be left with the trailing edge, which will be capable of a lot of lightning, small hail, maybe some occasionally gusty winds, but the flooding threat is going to be our biggest deal, especially along this corridor on parts of 287 down to 84. That's going to be a flooding corridor over the next few hours, it looks like. The potential for very heavy rainfall to cause flash flooding. Notice no storms in the Metroplex anymore. No storms really even in northeast Texas. Those have moved into Arkansas, Louisiana. Back here in the Panhandle, well, we don't have a cluster developing. We have like one storm left, and that's the severe storm approaching Turkey. So that means perhaps the atmosphere did stabilize earlier, and the result is we may not have a big old cluster of storms, at least, late this evening into early tomorrow morning in northwest Texas or the big country. Now, would I completely rule out storms somehow tomorrow morning in northwest Texas, the big country, North Texas? No. We'll see if we have any development late tonight, but that cluster earlier today may have helped us in the sense of stabilizing things and preventing us from having a big old mean cluster moving across the state tonight. So the big cluster, this may be it. East Texas, Northeast Texas, northern Brazos Valley, with just a couple of residual storms now, and parts of west central Texas, the Panhandle, into the Edwards Plateau. But again, big issue is going to be flooding. Southern North Texas into parts of East Texas over the next few hours with slow-moving thunderstorms. The worst of the damaging wind threat is going to be moving into Louisiana over the next hour. So what we're going to do now is we're going to keep an eye on things. We'll have our next severe weather update at 9:30 p.m. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. That'll give you interactive weather radars, your local weather forecast, daily Texas weather roundups, and more. We'll be back here at 9:30, sooner if necessary, with your next Texas severe weather update.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles west of Jasper in Jasper County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by 911 call center. Additional information, 911 center reports water over the intersection of FM 2799 and County Route 166. Texas.is is on the way to assess possible road closure. Texas local storm report from Caprock Canyon State P in Briscoe County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by Park/Forest SRVC. Additional information, golf ball size hail reported by TPWD law enforcement in Caprock Canyon State Park.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Coming up to 9:30 now on the 2nd of June, 2024. We're starting to calm down, thankfully. The worst of the severe storms in East Texas have moved into Louisiana. We are left with heavy thunderstorms producing maybe some localized damaging winds over 40 miles an hour, some heavy rainfall, which will cause flooding, maybe some pea-sized hail, and lightning across portions of southeast North Texas and East Texas. Specifically, these storms that are from near Hubbard to almost to Fairfield now to Palestine, to Rusk, Mount Enterprise to Tenaha, really not moving that quickly, dropping a lot of heavy rain. We could have some nasty flash flooding ongoing across parts of these areas, but the overall severe weather threat is diminishing / moving into Louisiana. An exception, 2 storms. 1, Snyder storm weakening. Panhandle storms weakening. Exception, this storm near Turkey. This thing is dropping baseball to softball size hail. Though if you want to consider the fact it's not tornadic anymore as weakening, then okay, good. But again, nasty storm capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. Moving southeast, this may pass just north of Turkey. Not much rotational low levels anymore, but still quite a nasty hailer. Passing just north of Turkey to Tampico. This could continue for a little while, but it'll eventually start to weaken probably. But until it does, those of you in Hall County, northeastern Motley County, Cottle County, southwestern Childress County, be ready for some large hail over the next hour or 2. Otherwise, again, these storms generally weakening across the Panhandle and West Texas. We'll go back to the regional view. I'll turn the satellite off. And again, you can see these storms generally have weakened. The storms in the northern Edwards Plateau, weakening. Storms in Permian Basin, gone. West Texas storms, almost gone. Panhandle storms, a few storms remain, but weakening, at least, mostly. It doesn't look like we're going to have a big cluster this evening in the Panhandle of West Texas or Northwest Texas. Storms earlier today stabilized, at least to an extent, Northwest Texas, the big country, into Texoma, North Texas. Otherwise, we'd have a big old roaring line of storms moving southeast tonight. That looks not likely now. Completely impossible? No, because that would encourage it. But at this point, it looks like we're probably going to have a mostly quiet night, at least after midnight, once we get 1, storms out of East Texas, and 2, these storms in the Panhandle and the Edwards Plateau dissipate. Now, could we have storms tomorrow? Yes. You see this big old complex of storms up here in northwest Kansas? Those are probably going to move southeast tonight, turn south-southeast into Oklahoma. There's a chance those may make it into northeast Texas tomorrow afternoon. This is the summer pattern where northwesterly winds aloft push these storm complexes from Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, all the way down to the southern plains. So we may get those storms tomorrow. Also, we'll have to see what outflow boundaries are left over tomorrow afternoon. Once we get into daytime heating, those may be enough to fire up some more storms. But we'll talk about that in the morning edition of the Texas Weather Roundup. That'll be out by 6 a.m. All right, well, looks like, ladies and gentlemen, based on the current storm behavior, the current trajectory, and how things are going, I think we're going to call it a night in terms of continuous severe weather coverage. We're still going to be here. We're actually working on tornado video today from our Storm Chasers meteorologist Trey Greenwood and Blake Brown. They got some spectacular and visually amazing and audibly amazing. You could hear the roar of the tornadoes northeast of Silverton. So we'll have that out this evening or tomorrow morning. And of course, we're still going to be here keeping an eye on the storms. If we need to come back with severe weather coverage, we will. Otherwise, we'll have updates through the evening into early tomorrow morning with these heavy thunderstorms producing, flooding rains across southeastern North Texas and the East Texas. But the damaging wind threat does look like it is diminishing as those storms move into Louisiana. But we'll keep an eye on things. And remember, flooding could be an issue into the morning. All right, that's it. As always, you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, storm chasing video, and more in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And as always, thank you to everyone tuning in. Thank you to everybody who, sent super chats, stars. We don't ask for that or talk about it during streams, but it does help, especially if we're about to have to pay Starlink like $5,000 to $8,000 at some point before next spring to get satellite internet, which it looks like we are. So, yay. Yay. I'm thrilled. But it's life, you know. You got to do what you got to do. You either grow and innovate or you die. Speaking of dying, I'm going to go take a nap. Or at least get some other stuff done. But, all right, keep an eye out for Blake and Trey's tornado video later on tonight or tomorrow morning on the YouTube channel's website and app. And again, if we don't talk to you before then, we'll see you in the Monday morning edition of the Texas Weather Roundup. Y'all have a great night. We'll keep you updated on any heavy storms and flooding. Have a good one. God bless.